brother.
Yeah. This is the energy efficiency amendment.
It was I think he read yesterday.
I am understanding, sir.
Some warm water at least. It's on.
Absolutely, because I started my 66. When I was 5 years old. When I was 5 years old.
are we going to sit by?
No, no, no. You see, those are the now with the conditions must go on. Because now assessing where
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They're going to push there. We got to also push here. Yeah.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in infinite of prudential goodness have appointed us as leaders of parliaments for the standard just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom you've been pleased to call the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessings set upon you assembled, and granted may as your presence, to it and consider all matter that shall come at their deliberation, his soldiers and fellow men promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their church.
Item number 2 in the order paper, communication from the chair.
Colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. I have received the sad news of the passing of His Highness Prince Karim Al Hussein Aga Khan I, the 49th hereditary Imam of the Shia Ismail Muslims and founder and chairman of the Aga Khan Development Network. He visited Uganda several times. Through the Aga Khan Development Network, he invested heavily in the media, that is Monitor, NTV, KFM, and some other outlets, through Nation Media Group, energy, that is Bujagari Hydropower Plant, healthcare, which includes Aga Khan Hospital and clinics, education, Aga Khan University, secondary and primary, banking, Diamond Trust, hospitality, Serena Hotels, insurance, Jubilee, real estate and tourism, among others. He's employing thousands of Ugandans and contributing tremendously to our taxes and state coffers. And he was a huge philanthropist who has supported very many Ugandans, and his foundation continues to support them. I hosted the representative for the East African region, and last night when he sent me a message, which I received early morning, I really felt extremely sad. He was awarded the Most Excellent Order of the Pearl of Africa Medal by His Excellency the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in appreciation of his socio-economic transformation of Uganda. On behalf of the Parliament of Uganda and on my own behalf, I want to express my sincere condolences to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, who was a very close friend of his, the Aga Khan family and foundation, the Ismail community in Uganda, and fellow citizens. I request that we observe a minute of silence in his honor.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Matters of national importance. Dr. Boka Didi. Procedure Honorable Atkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also join you in empathizing and sympathizing with the great family of the Aga Khan upon the loss, and also to the President of the nation and all of those that have been supported by the goodwill and generosity of the priests. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity. I have a burden on my heart. The burden on my heart, Mr. Speaker, sir, has everything to do with the Constitution. I'm a great believer of the Constitution and constitutionalism, democracy and democratization, the law and the rule of law, checks and balances, rights and human rights, life and human life. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's now about 2 months, and literally I've never heard a second of sleep. And this is taking a high toll on my life, Mr. Speaker. And the simple reason is because I feel restless for as long as Dr. Besigye continues to be under illegal incarceration. And I'm asking myself, what is my place in this house? And how do I want to be remembered? Because history will confront me. What did you Atkins do? And Mr. Speaker, my procedural issue is the Supreme Court was crystal clear that effective Friday, January 31st, Dr. Besigye and those that are incarcerated with him were free citizens. I'm out of pain, Mr. Speaker, sir. Every time I get countless calls from my community and all over the country, what are you doing? Mr. Speaker, sir, my procedural issue is just simple and flawed. Are we as a house proceeding well when the very Constitution that we swore to protect, preserve, and defend is being abrogated and violated at our words? If you're going to burn everybody, God forbid.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. No, but we have a procedure matter. Now, Honorable Atkins, I really feel for you, my honorable colleague. But the problem is, where do we stop as Parliament? Parliament cannot implement court orders. Parliament, when your people ask you what you've done, you tell them you've spoken. And you raised the issues, because that's all I can do. I don't think I can close Parliament. I say we now go in protest. We were not party to this case. We were just interested as Ugandans. We tasked the Attorney General yesterday to come here and explain. Colleagues, there are things, I mean, that's where our powers here can stop. Can stop. I cannot start now saying you're in contempt, you're in what? No. Okay? We were not even served because we are not parties. So all we are hearing, please let the parties to the case handle this matter. I request honorable colleagues, let the parties to the case handle this matter. Honorable Numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a way of procedure still, when, Mr. Speaker, you talk about the helplessness of Parliament, you really worry me, Mr. Speaker.
No, just wait a bit, Honorable Numbers. I didn't say Parliament is helpless. What I said is Parliament can only Parliament can only exercise the powers it has. Okay? And this is a matter where we are not parties. This is a matter where we are not parties. So I don't know, what do you want Parliament to do?
Mr. Speaker, Article 79 that talks about the function of Parliament and the oath we took when we are joining this August House, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we are required, in my own interpretation, for which you can still guide me, Mr. Speaker, that we are supposed to do all within our means to safeguard the Constitution of Uganda and to make sure that this country is governed democratically and in accordance to the laws of the country. And Mr. Speaker, through our various organs of this Parliament, I think, Mr. Speaker, that we can do more than talking, in that, Mr. Speaker, this is the House, first of all, that has a group of people together who have taken an oath to defend the Constitution. And whenever the Constitution is under attack, the Parliament of Uganda, in my own understanding, is supposed to be at the forefront in safeguarding the Constitution and fighting for its implementation in totality. So, Mr. Speaker, when you said at ours that we should go back and tell our people that we talked about it and that is all we can do, Mr. Speaker, I want you to guide me. If there isn't any other way, Parliament can demonstrate, can act. For example, Mr. Speaker, these are institutions whose budget is approved by this House. These are institutions to which we are supposed to call out oversight laws over them, where we can, Mr. Speaker, summon people here. So, Mr. Speaker, I want, as a whole procedure, to guide me if it is wrong for me to assume that this House can do much, much more than talking when somebody is violating the Constitution of this country, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, this case had parties. Okay? The parties to the case are handling their issues. Parliament has not received any formal communication from any of the parties that please help us. We are stuck. Yes, because they have their lawyers, they speak through their lawyers, we can handle issues formally. Number two, if there is any contempt or what, if there is any contempt and issues of playing around with the judgment, and the same court, you go to the same court and it will give you solutions. Very simple. The individuals who can be accused of contempt will be held liable. But as of now, Parliament here, apart from us really eating more time and going on record that we spoke, I can tell you there is nothing we are going to do beyond speaking. I'm being honest. In my tribe, we are very honest people. In Parliament, we only talk. In Parliament, we can't do anything beyond talking. We only talk. And I want to be honest to you. So if you think I will send some of you to go and capture people, I won't. Here we only talk, and you should know your power is for talking and coming up with resolutions. Okay? Honorable Semuju?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for clarifying, because the Honorable Numbers, I share her understanding of your communication, i.e., that your communication until you clarified meant that Parliament is helpless. That's why I'm thanking you for clarifying. I have been here for a while. There was a time a colleague was arrested in total violation of the Constitution. The Speaker of Parliament then said, we will suspend the sitting of Parliament until that MP is released. And the Parliament was suspended and he was released. Mr. Speaker, I fear when you say that our power stops just by talking. And I also fear, Mr. Speaker, when you limit the judgment of the Supreme Court to the parties. This judgment is for the whole country. and is for everybody to do under Article 3 of the Constitution whatever it takes to defend the Constitution. You see, the trouble is that we may think this is limited to SJ and Ajobed Dutare and NUP supporters who are there. There will be a time when they will be coming for you. I told you in Ruzira where I was, Jim Mwezi had been. So was Gilbert Bukenya. Kutesa nearly came. I saw the other day when Honorable Akamba was being grabbed as a chicken thief. These things, the reason we must fight, they are not limited to the victims of today. Tomorrow you are going to be the victim. Wait, Honorable Bua, when they are taking you and you are crying. I visited Honorable Kurisi Wariomuns at Jinja Road. They had even denied him slippers, that giant man. And the Honorable Nabukenya here is the one who stood surety for Kuris.
Point of order.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have always attempted to live within the laws of the land. Is it in order for my honorable colleague to wish me bad luck in anticipation of me? Is it in order really?
I think these are issues we can sort of under Matoput arrangement and but Honorable Semuju, I just beg for one thing, okay? Make it very easy for me. What do you want us to do as Parliament in practical terms?
I have a motion, Mr. Speaker, to suspend the sittings of Parliament. I thought we have discipline. If one MP is speaking, even if you want, here people speak by expressing interest. They don't shout like they are in a market.
Now I don't know, on record, I don't know whom we can record that you are quarreling with.
It is very difficult.
So continue.
It is very difficult, Mr. Speaker, to record the people who are shouting like my neighbor from Kabola. It's very difficult. But the point I am making, and I am sorry if the Honorable Government Whip took it that way, but where you are seated, SJ used to sit as a State Minister for Internal Affairs. He actually was the chief. He was political commissar of the party where they have accommodated you. He started it by risking his own life. So when I am inviting you, I am not undermining you. I am only reminding you that one day they may treat you the way they are treating USG. So that's the point I made.
But
so
wish
Mr.
him
Speaker,
well. Wish him well.
No, I want to invite him to join the war to defend the Constitution. I don't have to wish him well. So if you defend the Constitution, you will not be a victim. But even if I wish you well, I wish USG well every day. I didn't know he would be in Ruzira.
So, honorable colleagues, please time.
My motion, Mr. Speaker, is that you suspend the sittings of Parliament until government commits itself to full implementation of the judgment of the Supreme Court.
But there is a motion on the floor. Yes. The motion does not fall within the ambits of 59(1)(k). Yeah, so I'm sorry about that.
Procedure.
You read rules of motions without notice. Okay? So, please, let me allow Honorable Jonathan Odur.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my thinking, when we sit in this house, we expect the executive to be answerable to the issues and that has been raised by members from both sides. I really empathize with you, Mr. Speaker, when I see you are laboring to explain things that are really not in your hands, and we have a competent bench of ministers here, who are the ones responsible for execution, including holding people on remand and releasing them? The orders that the Supreme Court made, and I've picked one, and for me, the orders of the Chief Justice, given that he's the one who wrote the lead judgment, the rest of the justices agreed with him and added. One was that the files, the cases be transferred. Now, the lawyers who are here know that once that order is made, the registries, we would have expected the court-martial registry to write a cover letter with all the files to the chief registrar if they don't know which particular court to transfer. So we are blessed with the presence of the Attorney General here. And it is now day 3 of that. We expect the Attorney General to update us that so far we have transferred this number of files, or by tomorrow we would have transferred this number of files, so that at least we are comforted that some steps, because on that particular one, I'm not talking about release. I'm not talking about release. I'm talking about the transfer, which is outside of files, which is not in the realms of the two parties. I expect the Attorney General to address us on that matter so that we don't go back and forth, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I think, Honorable Jonathan, you've made it very easy. The problem, a member cannot come on point of procedure, I go to the minister to answer. Because procedure is for me, how I'm running the house here. So the colleagues, the questions they were asking were all on procedure. But I think this should have been the question. Honorable Attorney General, update us. You updated us yesterday, we understand, but what are the new developments? So Attorney General? Yeah. And honorable colleagues, I've closed procedure on this matter. On this matter, I have closed procedure. Please.
Honorable Speaker, I firstly want to implore you to tap into your patience abilities, and I know you can really be patient. I just want to encourage you to bear with the members and exercise a lot more of the patience which I credit you for having. Our roles in this house are 4 cardinal roles. Number 1 is legislation. Number 2 is oversight. Number 3 is the budgetary process. Number 4 is representation. Honorable Speaker, in this house, members raise anything and everything for as long as they are representing, even if it is one individual. And that's why members keep raising this issue again and again, because there seems to be no end in sight. They are playing their cardinal role of representation. And as one colleague has mentioned, this goes beyond Dr. Kiza Besigye, the NUP, political prisoners, and others. It's for all of us that the Supreme Court of the land issued a directive, and to date there is ping pong. Honorable Speaker, each day that passes by, people are suffering, and yet they should not. And that's our concern. So the reason people keep raising this matter, and I want to appreciate colleagues who keep raising this matter. I know, right, Honorable Speaker, you're saying they keep raising it so that they are seen to talk. Well, we come here to talk on behalf of people out there. And like I said, even if it is one person, we should fight for the right of that one individual. Honorable Speaker, government needs to help us. Because yesterday we were with the Attorney General. He did not help us. I think he was being quixotic on many things. Back and forth, saying this, that, and the other. And so there was no end in sight. I'm hoping that the Deputy Attorney General, who is here, will help us to shape up, whether it be some kind of timeline, whether it be some kind of hope, that what the Supreme Court ordered is going to be followed. That's the cry of us, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. And I really want to appreciate you, because the same with Honorable Dur. Okay, if this was put to government, I would call on government to answer. I can't answer on their behalf. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate Honorable Jonathan Odur, who was more direct like the others who intended to reopen debate that we had yesterday. I do understand the anxiety and the need to know what is going on following the decision of the Supreme Court. But I want you to understand that there are procedures, there are processes to be followed. As Attorney General's chambers, we would expect that if the court-martial is to hand over the files, because remember the Supreme Court says the trials should cease and be transferred. So once they do that, they would copy us in as Attorney General's chambers. We have not yet received that copy. And I'm not going to stand here before Parliament and commit and say we'll table a copy of the transfer list, because I do not know how fast it is being worked upon. However, what I can say as Attorney General's chambers, that we will continue to engage with the court-martial and the others involved to see to it that this judgment is put in effect. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Attorney General. I don't have anyone on the floor. Yes. I think what Attorney General has answered is in relation to yesterday's. Since yesterday, there are no new updates. If I
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. With all due respect to the Land Attorney General, he has just made a huge contradiction of his superior. Yesterday, his superior informed this House that as far as the court ruling and orders stand, there is no court-martial in existence. For him, he's informing us that he is still engaging with the court-martial. Mr. Speaker, sir. So which is which?
And I think that's why we need to give them time to go and reconcile among themselves. To know. because I think maybe the deputy has not yet been updated on what the Attorney General is having, or I don't know. So
I have said clearly, in as far as the enforcement of the Supreme Court order is concerned, the organs that are supposed to enforce it have not copied to us the steps being taken. What the Attorney General presented yesterday.
Order, point of order.
You see, Mr. Speaker, I now can understand why the Honorable Kafuzi left this to join NRM. You are the one who went to court. You are the Attorney General. And the court gave you instructions. Now you are saying they haven't copied it to you. Where were you? You went to court, took a matter, the Supreme Court made a ruling. Is the Honorable Kafuzi in order to pretend that he must be activated by people who didn't go to court? Yet it is the Attorney General's chambers that went to court. Is he in order?
I think these are quarrels between OBs, because you can see even how they started. I understand why you left us, you went here. You know, these are quarrels between OBs, which can be solved in court. But, honorable colleagues, tomorrow we expect to have a Minister for Justice here, and he's the one who oversees the law and justice sector. I will require him to update us, to give us an update in terms of implementation. The one who oversees the whole sector of land justice. It is, let's handle it that way. Next item. No matters of national importance, push to tomorrow. Because the time I had has been, is gone. We shall handle them tomorrow in Prime Minister's time. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper, laying of papers. Proposal for Government 2A borrow up to United States dollars 100 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. Private window, US dollars 50 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Padea public window, and US dollars 25 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development to capitalize Uganda Development Bank Limited and guarantee Uganda Development Bank Limited to directly borrow up to US dollars 40 million from the Islamic Development Bank, US dollars 30 million from the Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, and US dollars 30 million from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to lay on table a proposal to borrow up to US dollars 100 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Badea, private window, US dollars 50 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Badea, public window, and US dollars 25 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development to capitalize Uganda Development Bank, and also guarantee Uganda Development Bank Limited to directly borrow up to US dollars 40 million from the Islamic Development IDB, from the Islamic Development Bank IDB, US dollars 30 million from the Islamic Corporation for Development of the Private Sector, and US dollars 30 million from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation. I beg to lay right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Proposal is referred to the Committee on National Economy to handle in consultation with the relevant sector committees. Next item.
Item number 4 in the order paper. Motion for a resolution of Parliament authorize government to reallocate budgets for the financial year 2024/2025 and revise work plans for institutions affected under the Rationalization of Government Agencies and Public Expenditures RAPEX reform.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move a motion for reallocation of budget estimates for financial year 2024-25 and revised work plans for institutions affected under rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure reform, RAPEX. I beg to move, Right Honourable Speaker.
The motion seconded. Honourable Government Chief Whip, Honourable Mara, Honourable Bahati, Right Honourable Nakadem, Honourable Martin, Honourable Tungo, Honourable Angura, Honourable Bigaros, Honourable Salaji, and many members in the House. Choto Ibrahim and many members. Honourable Minister, would you like to speak to your motion in brief?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the motion is moved in accordance with Section 19 of the Public Finance Management Act, which states that Parliament may, by resolution, authorize the Minister to allocate funds from a vote to another vote where the functions of the vote are transferred to that other vote. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to this provision government on 22nd of February 2021 under Cabinet Minute number CT 43 of 2021 adopted the policy to rationalize government agencies and public expenditures. And subsequently, Parliament in July passed various bills to rationalize agencies under Batch 1. Mr. Speaker, the bills which were passed are the National Records and Archives Amendment Act, which transferred this entity to Ministry of Public Service. Another bill was Arbitration and Conciliation Act, which abolished the Center of Arbitration, and this was moved to Ministry of Justice. Under Internal Affairs, there was a bill of non-government organizations, and this was mainstreamed within the ministry. There is a bill on agricultural chemicals control, physical planning amendment. Mr. Speaker, there are several of them, and these affected agencies have resulted into the need to move resources from where they were previously appropriated to now the new entities which will receive them together with the functions they have been performing with the staff and everything that they have been doing. Mr. Speaker, I laid the proposal on 19th of December 2024, and we have been involved with the committee. They have done a good job. I want to seek your indulgence that the committee can be invited to make their report, and then debate ensues. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Procedure, Honourable Mudimi.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I heard the Minister moving the motion under Section 19 of PFMA. I wanted the Minister to clarify, because Section 19 talks of different items. It's Section 20. You moved under 19 of PFMA.
So we can have the record clear showing 20.
Mr. Speaker, I've been with the Honorable Mudimi in the process of enactment of the PFMA, and we have also practiced it together for a long time. Right Honorable Speaker and the House, recently there was a realignment. Section 20 became Section 19. This is Cap 171 of the PFMA.
So why did you leave Mudimi behind, and yet you claim to be together all the time? Now, Honourable colleagues, so I've been in touch with the leadership of the Budget Committee. I had proposed earlier that all motions be handled together so that we do one report and we finish. But the committee was not able to finish Part B, Part 2. That is the second motion. And yet, we must supply, because we can't just approve a motion, adopt a motion without supplying. If we don't supply, then again they wouldn't be able to access the money. So I have advised that today we handle Part A, which we received. We handle the salient issues within the motion and all that. Then tomorrow the committee said they would be ready with Part B, together with the minister coming with the motion for supply and the schedule, so that we complete the whole process tomorrow. But when today we've handled this first motion which we received. and the salient issues. Okay? Shadow Finance Minister, I want us always to be in one line together. I'm seeing you're doubting what I propose. Is that okay? But he needs food in prison. So if we don't supply.
Mr. Speaker, I take your words as a ruling.
No. That's my proposal. That's why I called you, to see if we could do it better that way.
We have issues for which I have authored a minority report. They relate to your guidance, how we are going about and over this matter. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether you will want us to discuss them now or they can be discussed when we've presented the reports.
No, what I was saying now we receive a report for the first motion. Okay? We debate it. You know, they brought two motions. But I had guided earlier on that the two motions can be handled. They come in one report. We make one schedule. We make one supply. So that we don't go to supply each motion differently. And then we have different schedules for supply. So that's why I had been of the view that we put it together. But now they are ready. The committee has not yet finalized on the second motion. So yet the first motion is ready. So I'm saying we receive the motion for the first batch of RAPEX affected entities. We debate it. We finish. Then tomorrow they bring the one to do with the UNRWA, Road Fund and Agriculture, which was in the second motion. Together comes with the motion for, after we go for a motion for supply, they stable the schedule and we do the motion for supply. And we have it sorted. So minority report, I don't know whether it's on this part A. If it's on part A, then it is part of the report. We will allow it and we discuss it there. Okay, thank you. Yes, Honorable Dur.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am concerned about the procedure that we are likely to indulge in. There are only two circumstances where this House sits to supply. Either when we are doing a budget, the main budget, or a supplementary budget. This particular motion is to authorize reallocation of the money we had already supplied. The figures are known. Because of the decision we took here, it must move from one vote to the other. It's just to allow the movement of funds from one vote to be expended under a different vote. When we import the word supply, we may be falling into some, for lack of better wording, something that recently happened with the transfer of funds from Minister of Finance to Bank of Uganda, and money went to Japan. We should not allow this House to be used to oversupply on an item where we have already supplied money. We should restrict ourselves. The law allows for us to authorize. We should restrict ourselves to approving that transfer. And the figures are given to us, we allow that transfer because we are the ones who made the RAFEX bills. If there is anything to do with need for more money, it should also come separately as a supplementary, and we scrutinize the budget and deal with that. To deal with the two motions together, I feel we may not proceed well, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Dur, that was also at first, okay? That was my assessment and my judgment looking at section 19 of the PFMA. Now, but the Minister for Finance came to me and said, look, if you just adopt the report without supplying this money, I will not be able to release this money. So now let me ask the Minister, okay? But this is an issue which we are going to handle tomorrow. We are not handling anything to do with supply today. But Honourable Minister, maybe if you needed to justify. And I wanted us to complete the cycle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first issue to deal with, move money from the vote which we have closed and transfer the money to the active vote. Mr. Speaker, when the money is transferred to an active vote, it has got to be accessed for spending. The receiving vote will have an additional resources to a vote. Mr. Speaker, the process of making funds available for spending, the process of transferring money from one vote to another, in order to make the funds available for spending, is through supply. This supply, by implication, is adding. When you are adding, you do what we call supplementary appropriation, so that the receiving vote receives additional money. Mr. Speaker, if you take it, if you use the accounting language, the double entry principle, you are getting money from somewhere and taking it somewhere in order to be available for spending. To do that, I want to invite Honorable Odur to think through it. What do we do in order to make funds available for spending? We supply, we appropriate.
Now, Honorable
and that
colleagues,
is exactly what we are doing.
let's be
Other than that, we will not be able to spend.
Honorable colleagues, just I've told you in advance, okay? We are sorting it tomorrow, so let's sleep over it, okay? Then tomorrow we will sort it here. Otherwise, even me, the easier way was to adopt, and we adopt the motion, and the minister, we've done the reallocation as required under Section 19. But when he took me through the technicalities, and he said I wouldn't be able to spend this money, yes, I must come back here and I bring it colleagues that we don't give air. We don't give money on the surface without enabling the minister to release it. So let's handle this tomorrow. Chair, Committee on Budget, please present the report for the first motion.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, before I present the report, allow me to lay on table a copy of the report of the Committee on Budget on reallocation of budget estimates for financial year.
Procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, our Hansard is official record. The fact that the chairperson of the budget is here is just proper that the chairperson introduces and allows our colleague to present the report. Because as of now, Honourable Speaker, you have called the chair, and on our Hansard and record, the chair is Honourable Siagi, who is present in the House. So he needs to complete the cycle, introduce the colleague to present the report on his behalf.
Honourable Siagi, do the necessary. Don't run away from duty.
See, we are building capacity. Thank you, Right Honourable. Colleagues, aware that this motion was delegated to the Budget Committee to process, I would like here to lay for you the minutes of the meetings. And I lay you a copy of the report. Now, in the spirit of building capacity, we have a member of the committee who is going to present the report to the House. Honorable.
Can we have her name on record?
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm Catherine Ndamira Atwachire, Woman MP Kabale District, representing the Chair of Budget Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker, the report I'm going to present to you and members is the reallocation of budget estimates for financial year 24-25 and revision of work plans for institutions affected under the rationalization of government agencies and public expenditures, which we called RAPEX. Right Honourable Speaker, our introduction is that pursuant to Section 19 of the PFMA 2015, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development moved a motion on the 19th December 2024 for a resolution of Parliament to authorize the reallocation of funds and the revision of work plans for institutions affected by the rationalization of government agencies and public expenditures. The Speaker referred the agencies and public expenditures. The Speaker refers the budget to scrutinize of the proposed reallocations to the Committee on Budget. I therefore beg to present a report of the Committee on Budget on the allocation of funds for the financial year 2024-25 and revised work plans for institutions affected by the rationalization of government agencies and public expenditures. The report is structured as follows. We have methodology and legal framework. We have background to RAPEX, committee observations and recommendations, and then conclusions. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee made references to the following documents and held consultations with the following stakeholders as listed below. Right Honourable Speaker, the stakeholders consulted were the Minister of State for Planning and Economic Development, General Duties, and then heads of institutions affected by the proposed reallocations. Right Honourable Speaker, the legal framework that governs the reallocation of funds is provided under Section 19 of the PFMA 2015 as amended. Section 19 states that Parliament may by resolution authorize the Minister to reallocate funds from a vote to another vote where the functions of a vote are transferred to that other vote. Right Honourable Speaker, on 22nd February 2021, Government under Cabinet Minute number 43, 2021, adopted the policy to rationalize government agencies and public expenditure with the aim of merging, mainstreaming, and rationalization of agencies, commissions, authorities, and public expenditures, thereby entirely relieving the government of the financial drain on its resources and the burden of wasteful administration and expenditure. B, providing efficient and effective service delivery by clearly delineating the mandates and functions of government agencies and departments and thereby avoiding duplication of mandates and functions. Promoting coordinated administrative arrangements, policies, and procedures for A, ensuring the efficient and successful management, financial accounting, and budgetary discipline of government agencies and departments, enabling the government to play its proper role more effectively and enforcing accountability. The restructuring and reorganization of agencies and departments of government by eliminating bloated structures and functional ambiguities. This decision followed the 2018 report by the Ministry of Public Service that detailed findings and recommendations of the review of government agencies and authorities. The primary goals of rationalization of government agencies was to establish their operational relevancy, determine their current operational costs, eliminate embedded duplications and overlaps, identify wasteful expenditures, and establish the resultant short-term and long-term savings, which would be optimally utilized for sustainable socio-economic and political development of the country. Right Honorable Speaker, government has over time realized a proliferation of agencies established through acts of parliament, executive orders, and administrative arrangements. This proliferation of agencies has led to overlaps in mandates and uncertainties regarding jurisdiction. The high administrative costs associated with these agencies have strained the national treasury, compromising effective service delivery and stretching the government's capacity to sustain them. Additionally, the generous salary structures within these agencies have created disparities between their employees and those in the traditional civil service, resulting in demotivation among public servants. Right Honourable Speaker, the RAPEX bills were laid before the House. Parliament considered them and made the decision as summarized in Table 1 below. Right Honourable Speaker, as you
Honourable, can you go to
see,
page 14 on observations and recommendation?
Thank you, Right Honourable
The rest we
Speaker.
shall read through.
Right Honourable Speaker, the committee made observations and recommendations as follows. The transfer of funds for the civil registration services. The committee observed that in the financial year 2024-2025, a total of Ugandan shillings 1.036 billion, of which wage 323 million, non-wage of 713 million, was approved annual budget for the Civil Registration Services Department under Vote 119, Uganda Registration Services Bureau. The Civil Registration Services Department and its functions were transferred to Vote 137, National Identification Registration Authority, as per the Registration of Persons Amendment Act 2024. However, a total of Ugandan shillings 1.4 billion, of which wage 760 million, non-wage of 713 million, has been proposed to be transferred to NIRA, which is 436 million above the Uganda shillings 1.036 billion approved budget. This is due to the higher salary scale of NIRA compared to URSB. The committee was informed that whereas the available wage transfers to NIRA from URSB amounts to 326.6 million, NIRA requires 760.5 million to cater for all the staff transferred. This has resulted into a shortfall of 436.87 million due to higher salary scale of NIRA. The committee was also informed that no budget releases have been made towards the Civil Registration Services Department in the financial year 2024-25. The committee recommends a total of Ugandan shillings of 1.036 billion, of which wage is 323 million, non-wage of 713 million, is transferred to Vote 137, National Identification Registration Authority. 3.2, transfer of the funds for the Uganda National Meteorological Authority. The committee observed that in the financial year 2024-2025, a total of 14.6 billion, of which wage 9.013 billion, non-wage of 3.1 billion, then development of 263 million, gratuity of 2.2 billion was the approved was approved annual budget for vote 109, Uganda National Meteorological Authority. However, Uganda National Meteorological Authority and its functions were transferred to vote 019, Ministry of Water and Environment, as per the Uganda National Meteorological Authority Amendment Act 2024. In addition, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee was informed that arising from the National of UNIMA, government has saved 7.4 billion. This would imply that the total proposed net funds to be transferred is 7.1 billion. The committee was also informed that no budget releases have been made to UNIMA in the financial year of 2024-2025. The committee recommends that a total of Ugandan shillings 7.1 billion, of which wage 5.4, non-wage of 1.6 billion is transferred to vote 019, Ministry of Water and Environment. Right Honourable Speaker, transfer of funds for the National Population Council and National Physical Planning Board. The committee observed that in the financial year 2024-2025, a total of Ugandan shillings 7.5 billion, of which wage 3.2 billion, non-wage of 3.5 billion, development of 104 billion, gratuity of 622 million was the approved annual budget for vote 149, National Population Council. However, National Population Council and its functions were transferred to vote 108, National Planning Authority, as per the National Population Council Repeal Act 2024. The committee was informed that arising from the rationalization of NPC, government has saved 2.1 billion, of which 807 million from wage, 1.3 billion from non-wage. In addition, the committee observed that a total of 900 million was approved by Parliament for the National Physical Planning Board under vote 012, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. However, the NPPB and its functions were transferred to vote 108, National Planning Authority, as per the Physical Planning Amendment Act 2024. The committee was also informed that no budget releases have been made to NPC and NPPB in the financial year 2024-2025. In this regard, the committee recommends 1. A total of 5.4 billion, of which wage and 2.4 billion non-wage, 2.2 billion development, 104 million, gratuity of 622 million be transferred to vote 108, National Planning Authority. 2. A total of Ugandan shillings 900 million as non-wage recurrent be transferred to vote 108, National Planning Authority. Right Honourable Speaker, 3.4 is transfer of funds for the Uganda Wildlife Education Center. The committee observed that in the financial year 2024-25, a total of Ugandan shillings 14.8 billion as non-wage recurrent was approved for the Uganda Wildlife Education Center under vote 022, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. However, UWEC and its functions were transferred to the Uganda Wildlife Authority under the same vote of 022, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities as per the Uganda Wildlife Amendment Act 2024. The committee was informed that arising from the rationalization of UWEC, government has saved 3.1 billion. In addition, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee was informed that Ugandan shillings of 7.4 billion has already been released to UWEC during the first half of financial year 2024-25. This would imply that the proposed net funds to be transferred is 4.2 billion. The committee recommends that a total of 4.2 billion as non-wage recurrent is transferred to the Uganda Wildlife Authority under vote 022, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. 3.5, Right Honourable Speaker, the transfer of funds for various subventions under the Ministry of Gender and Social Development. The committee observed that in the financial year 2024-25 was the approved annual budget of the following subventions under vote 018, Ministry of Gender and Social Development. The National Children Authority, 80 million. National Youth Council, 800 million. National Women's Council, 1.1 billion. National Council for Disability, 250 million. And the National Council for Older Persons, 500 million. However, the budgets of these subventions and functions were transferred within the same vote 018, Minister of Gender and Social Development as per the Children Amendment Act 2024. The National Youth Council Amendment Act 2024, the National Women's Council Amendment Act 2024, the Persons with Disabilities Amendment Act 2024, and the National Council for Older Persons Amendment Act 2024. The committee was informed that as at the first half of the financial year 2024-2025, the following budget releases were already made: the National Children Authority, 80 million, National Youth Council, 511 million, National Women's Council, 748 million, National Council for Disability, 164 million, and National Council for Older Persons, 284 million. This would imply that the total proposed net funds to be transferred is 963 million, as no savings were made. The committee recommends that a total of 963 million as non-wage recurrent is transferred to the National Secretariat for Interest Groups under vote 108, Ministry of Gender and Social Development. The transfer of funds for the Uganda Warehouse Receipt System Authority. The committee observed that in the financial year 2024-25, Parliament approved the budget of 3.1 billion for the Uganda Warehouse Receipt System Authority as non-wage recurrent under vote 015, Ministry of Trade and Industry and Cooperatives. However, UWRSA and its functions were transferred within the same vote 015, Ministry of Trade and Industry and Cooperatives as per the Warehouse Receipt System Amendment Act 2024 to the Department of Warehouse and Receipt Management in the Ministry. In addition, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee was informed that shilling 1.067 billion has already been released during the first half of financial year 2024-2025 to URSA. This would imply that the net funds proposed to be transferred is 2.075 billion as no savings were made. The committee recommends that a total of 2.075, of which wage is 221 million and non-wage is 1.8 billion, is transferred to the Department of Warehouse and Receipt Management under vote 015, Ministry of Trade and Industry and Cooperatives. Right Honourable Speaker, transfer of funds for the Bureau for Non-Governmental Organizations. The committee observed that in the financial year 2024-25, Parliament approved the budget of Ugandan shillings 1.9 billion for the Bureau for Non-Governmental Organizations as non-wage recurrent under vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs. However, the Bureau for Non-Governmental Organizations and its functions were transferred within the same vote of 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs, as per the Non-Governmental Organizations Amendment Act 2024 to the Department of Non-Governmental Organizations Management in the Ministry. In addition, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee was informed that 1.8 billion has already been released during the first half of financial year 2024-25. This would imply that the net funds proposed to be transferred is 145 million, as no savings were made. The committee recommends that a total of 145 million as wage is transferred to the Department of Non-Governmental Organizations Management under Vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs. Right Honourable Speaker, the revised work plans, procurement plans, recruitment plans, cash flow projections, and assets registers. The committee observed that motion for reallocation of funds was accompanied by revised work plans of the affected agencies. However, no revised annual procurement plans, revised annual recruitment plans, revised cash flow projections, and revised assets register for both the receiving institutions and transferring institutions were presented to Parliament as part of the motion. Right Honourable Speaker, without this information, effective implementation of the budget for the affected institutions may be constrained, since the Secretary to Treasury and Accountant General can only release funds based on the annual cash flow plan of government, which is based on procurement plans, work plans, recruitment plans approved by Parliament as per Section 15 of PFM Act 2025. The committee recommends that the subsequent reallocation proposals made to Parliament must be accompanied with revised work plans, annual and quarterly, revised annual procurement plans, revised recruitment plans, revised vote cash flow projections, and the revised asset register. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker, in accordance with Section 19 of the PFM Act 2015, the committee recommends that Parliament authorizes the Minister to reallocate funds as indicated in the committee recommendations and summarized in Annex 1 and Annex 2. In addition, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends that Parliament approves the revised work plans of the transferred functions as attached. I beg to submit and report, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Well done. Well done, Honourable Ndamira. Thank you, honourable colleagues and the public gathered this afternoon. We have a delegation of district leaders from Kambango Town Council, Masin District. They are represented by Honourable Kiza Kenneth Nyendoha and Honourable Simwe Florence Akiki, our Queen Dancer. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me once again in welcoming them. Thank you. Yes. Honourable, have I gotten something wrong? No, under rules we don't have a provision for you to say anything. Here unfortunately. But your people, I must tell them that you're very good legislators and you always speak here. Yeah. So, honorable colleagues, Chair, there's something you should have done because I understand there is a minority report. So since you are delegated, but Chair, please, can you do the necessary? Let's save time, okay? I understand there is a minority report.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we are all aware of the rules of procedure of this House. We are all aware that a minority report forms part of the report. However, up to this point, we have not received any notice of a minority report, neither have we received any copy. As such, there's therefore no minority report for this.
Thank you. Now, my office and the office of the clerk received a copy of the minority report. So if the notes is still on the way, let me call Honorable Semuju to present the minority report. Yeah. Because these are issues we should avoid here on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the report and the notes was given to the Vice Chair yesterday, who was chairing meetings. I didn't want to go into the internal workings of the committee, but the Chair was not there when these things were happening. So his vice, who was chairing the committee, received both the notes but also received the report. Mr. Speaker, this is the report. Why are you saying Background. The government has set out to implement the rationalization of agencies and public expenditure policy in the most uncoordinated, disorganized, and archaic manner. 7 months into the 2024-25 financial year, several previously provided services by closed agencies remain unassigned. Some of these agencies used to collect fees, non-tax revenue, for the government. Closing them is a double loss for the country. Not only are essential services no longer being provided, the government is also losing out on crucial revenue. The agencies were summarily closed before ministries and bodies supposed to take over their functions were ready to do so. In some cases, Ministry of Public Service, the main sponsor of rationalization, is yet to approve new staff structures. Some of the staff for the closed agencies stopped receiving salaries in December. Their fate remains unknown and may struggle taking their children to school this term. This human-induced suffering, similar to the Kitez landfill catastrophe of last year, is playing out in many agencies. The money, budgets, EU Parliament appropriated for agencies in May 2024 for service delivery remain unutilized because of the break in service provision occasioned by this unplanned transition. Everybody knows that the NRM is allergic to orderly and peaceful transfer of power. What maybe we didn't know is that this organization is the way they work. This is because all decisions are made by one man and offloaded on two others for implementation. Sometimes the implementers don't know what he wants and they cannot easily access him for clarification. This motion by 40-year-old Honorable Henry Musasi Zarganyira, born February 25, 1981, about a month into Mr. Museveni's Luwero War, is another evidence of what we are talking about, as you will see later. Areas of dissent. I like cheering. When you are cheering and I am reading, I like it. Areas of dissent. Non-compliance with the law, piecemeal implementation, disorganized transition, misinformation, misleading to Parliament. Non-compliance with the law. The motion by Honorable Musasi, tabled in Parliament on December 19, 2024, is asking you to casually move huge sums of taxpayers' money across entities in total disregard of Article 156 of the Constitution and Public Finance Management Act. Section 15 of the Public Finance Management Act states, after approval of the annual budget by Parliament, the Secretary to Treasury shall issue the annual cash flow plan of government based on the procurement plans, work plans, and recruitment plans approved by Parliament. I have underlined the word approved by Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, the motion presented by Finance Minister referred only to revised work plans. It ignored the recruitment and procurement plans. But even what was attached to the motion as work plans are just some lousy statements that do not constitute a work plan even to a high school student. The minister must, as a matter of law, table procurement plans, recruitment plans, and credible work plans that are costed. That should again be sent to our sectoral committees for scrutiny. Scrutinizing these plans is a function of sectoral committees and not a standing committee on the budget. This motion can only stand if it is amended to include tabling of a supplementary budget that will be sent to the sectoral committees for scrutiny before it is finally processed by the budget committee. And this must be done under Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act on supplementary budgets. This is not a mere reallocation under Section 19 of the Public Finance Management Act. The only reallocation in the motion from one existing vote to another vote relates to Uganda National Registration Services Bureau, which is ceding registration of marriages to National Identification Registration Authority, NIRA. Here, only one function is moving from one entity to another. What does the Constitution say? The Constitution in Article 156 provides a solution. It allows ministries and agencies that have taken over other functions and they don't have money to perform them to request for a supplementary budget. It states, if in respect of any financial year it is found, A, that the amount appropriated for any purpose under the Appropriation Act is insufficient, and mark the word insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure for purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that act, or B, that any monies have been expended for any purpose in excess of the amount appropriated for that purpose, or for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that act, a supplementary estimate showing the sums required or spent shall be laid down before Parliament, and in the case of excess expenditure within 4 months after the money is spent. The minister knows the rest of the process you go through that follows a supplementary budget, including a supplementary appropriation bill that eventually should amend the Appropriation Act. Our contention is that what the Minister of Finance wants Parliament to do is a budget revision and not a reallocation. The budget is revised through a supplementary process under Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act and not through a motion for reallocation under Section 19. Peaceful implementation. The motion by the Minister requests transfer of budgets in respect of 13 agencies. Yet Parliament approved the rationalization of more than 20 and they all commenced around the same time in August. In fact, the Budget Committee processed the request for 13 agencies and a report was duly signed by members. This report, the Vice Chair, who I referred to earlier, said was to be presented on Tuesday, February 4th. On the morning of Wednesday, February 5th, the Vice Chair, the Chair, without following our rules on meetings, called another meeting to also process UNRWA and Road Fund and others. Parliament cannot work that way. If the executive is disorganized, don't apply to join them. And this is how they even process the annual budget. You remember how addendums were being trafficked into the plenary midway the appropriation. This is what they are doing. This morning, as we are finishing signing this, they are bringing another motion that UNRWA is here and others. What does the motion say? Uganda Registration Services Bureau. You will excuse me, I may repeat some of the information, but it's important. The motion seeks transfer 1 billion from Registration Services Bureau to National Identification Registration Authority. This is to cater for civil registration such as marriages, which is being transferred to NIRA. This transfer reduces the budget of Registration Services Bureau from 43.8 to 42.8 billion. The bill to effect this change was assented to on July 15, 2024. It increases the budget of NIRA from 100.3 billion to 101.3 billion. Please note that the amount proposed for transfer in the original motion are different from what the minister presented as additional information to the budget committee. In the motion, the minister proposed transfer of 1.7 billion for the services to NIRA. Yet some of the money had already been spent. And you need to look at both schedules, the one that came with the motion and the one he brought before the committee. National Population Council was abolished and function transferred to National Planning Authority. The bill abolishing it, which was repealed, was assented to on July 15, 2024. It had an approved recurrent budget of 6.8 billion. Finance released 2.1 billion to the agency. What remains is 4.6, which this motion seeks to transfer. For development, the Population Council was allocated 104.1 million for a whole year. With 4 months remaining, the minister wants all of it transferred, what remains to NPA. The minister requires additional funds to cater for their enhanced salary. Please take note that the former staff of the Population Council have had their salaries enhanced because the entity they have joined pays higher salaries. So more money here is required, but they are talking about a saving. National Physical Planning Board abolished and function transferred to National Planning Authority. The bill abolishing it was assented to on July 15th. The 900 million meant to run the Physical Planning Board was part of the 111.5 billion Minister of Land's budget, which as a result of this transfer reduces to 110.6 billion. When you transfer the budget of Population Council and the Physical Planning Board to NPA, you are increasing the budget of NPA from 62.8 billion to 70.3 billion. Uganda National Meteorological Authority was abolished and function transferred to Minister of Water. The bill abolishing it was assented to on June 14, 2024. The total budget for this entity was 14.3 billion recurrent and 263.3 million development. 3 billion was released before the eventual closure. The 11 billion point 3 was not released, from which the finance now wants to transfer part of it, 6.9, to Minister of Water. This will eventually increase the budget of Minister of Water from 25.6 billion to 32.5 billion. Uganda Wildlife Education Center was merged with Uganda Wildlife Authority. The bill merging them was assented to on July 15th. The total budget for the wildlife education was 14.8 billion, shilling 7.43 billion was released before the merger, leaving a balance of 7.43 billion. The minister wants 4.2 billion transferred, leaving a balance of 3.15 billion. The point for you to note is that not all the budgets are being moved. Some of the money remains in air. This will increase the budget.
Procedure, point of procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am raising for your procedural guidance. The Honorable Semuju is moving under Rule 205 of a minority report. And in sub-rule 1, it says a member or members dissenting from the opinion of a majority of a committee may state in writing the reasons for his or her or their dissent,
and the statements of reasons shall be appended to the report of the committee. My understanding is that what is envisaged is that a member reads the majority report and disagrees with some of the recommendations being made, and then you give reasons. So may I seek your guidance on whether minority reports should now be voluminous reports, meandering all over, criticizing the motion by the minister, the way the Honorable Semuju is saying. So my guidance I'm seeking, or what I'm requesting is for you to guide the House, including Honorable Semuju, for members to stick to what the rule requires, not take us into a fish expedition of very many things which are not in the rules.
What I'm understanding Honorable Badiomus to mean here is that you've given a reason for dissent and then too much justification, isn't it? Because I'm seeing he's capturing the issues which he believes the committee has said are okay, and for him he believes they are not okay. Or the committee has ignored, and for him he's now bringing them out in another way. Yeah, that same Jews style, you know, and the problem with the reports, yeah. So let's do it quickly. We finish. I hope you're not now going on Badiomus also.
No,
because I can see how you're looking at him.
Mr. Speaker, I have no intention, because he's my friend. When he was arrested, I even visited him. I really have no intention.
He claimed to have brought you slippers, Honorable Badiomus. So the problem was the size.
Point of order. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Semuju, in order to keep repeating, visiting me, when he actually came empty-handed without any food.
Honorable colleagues, let's move on. I think his quarrel is, Honorable Badiomus, his quarrel is you never reciprocated the visit when he had problems. So next time you settle that, and we know you're one-on-one, okay? So Honorable Semuju, please conclude.
Mr. Speaker, just to comfort my friend Badiomus, some of the information I am giving is important for Parliament. Government said they are going to save money by rationalization. I am now reading Uganda Wildlife Education Center, where as a result of the merger, the salaries of people who are working in UWEC, 38 of them, have gone up immediately because they have joined an entity that is paying a higher salary. In fact, in the committee, they are saying there will be a saving of 3 billion. When the ministry and these entities appeared before the committee, they said the only saving was on the board, which is 200 million shilling, but they will require more money to enhance salaries. I thought this information was important if you are not just biased about a report. Because each time I present a report, you must stand here to read the rule as if I am being introduced to this rule for the first time. Mr. Speaker, I was on number 5, the Wildlife Education Center. I don't have to repeat everything, but the point is, here the reported saving of 3 billion actually is a pure lie, because you need more money, and that's why you must be very careful with this motion. For some entities, it is adding money. But there are also new entities, Mr. Speaker, as you said, tomorrow when it comes here. New entities with new votes. You have merged the Free Zones Authority with Export Promotion Board to form a new entity that is new, that will require a new vote. You just can't move money like that. Because this Section 19 relates to existing votes and moving of functions. I'll go to National Children Authority. I can cover these ones together so that the Minister for Information and National Guidance is not bored. National Children Authority, number 7, National Youth Council, number 8, National Women's Council, number 9, National Council for Disability, number 10, National Council for Older Persons. I'll just make a statement without reading the report. Here, the motion was that they are transferring them to Ministry of Gender. What instead has happened is the creation of a joint secretariat that actually requires more money. But the original budgets for each of these entities has remained. In fact, the Ministry of Gender, when it appeared before the budget committee, they had problems that they were being asked to implement something unimplementable. Because they said, you just streamline all these councils into the ministry. They said you cannot. So this information is important for Parliament to note, that actually what we are asked to do is eventually not what has happened. I'll skip 11 because 11 relates to the creation of a secretariat for all these councils. Uganda, number 12, Uganda Warehouse Receipt System Authority abolished and services transferred to Ministry of Trade and Industry and Cooperative under the Department of Warehouse and Receipt Management. The bill was assigned to on July 15th. The approved budget for this entity was 3.1 billion. Released so far 817 million, and a balance of 2.3 remain. Interestingly here, the minister says no request to transfer is being made, but a saving. So here the information is confused. You will need to go back to the 2 documents of the minister. On this point, finally, NGO Bureau was mainstreamed into Ministry of Internal Affairs under the Department of NGO Management, and it was named Department of Non-Government Organizations Management. The budget for the NGO Bureau was 1.9 billion. 1.6 billion was released, leaving a balance of 360 million. No money here is being transferred. At least the attachment the minister brought remained vacant, but he included it. What is the status of other rationalized agencies? This part I did it before the Honorable Musasi's trafficked another motion, which is now under consideration. But the point here, you are being asked to reallocate money for 13 agencies, 12 above. What about the following that were also rationalized? That's the question I was asking before this motion was brought. And I have listed them. Accepting to process the 13 today, you will be asked to process others in a piecemeal manner. This Parliament must set some standards. Minister of Finance cannot turn it into their department. One single supplementary request should be tabled to facilitate this unprecedented budget revision. Please don't allow the minister to make this matter look simple, because it is not. And must be careful when you are processing it. Otherwise, we will be, Mr. Speaker, I have done with the report. We will be making the same mistake that they are making. The committee cannot capture everything that has happened when we are meeting these entities. They are all suffering. As I said, there are entities that are supposed to be correcting money, they can't correct because they imagined them public services yet to approve the new structure. Yet they brought a budget here to say it will be financed by money including NTR. So this total chaos by the implementers of rationalization should not be tolerated by Parliament, because they will come here persuading you that there is a crisis. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. That marks the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Minister, do you want to make some clarifications before I open debate?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Majority Committee for the good report. And also, I want to thank Honorable Semuju for his in-depth analysis about the motion I moved. Mr. Speaker, I think for the record, I do this work on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, where I am currently assigned as a Minister of State for General Duties. Therefore, I would very much be happy if you addressed me by my title, not by my name. And the age and date of birth and the other things. That is, I feel that is going much into my personal profile. I don't take offense, but I beg my colleague to improve his reporting approach to Mr. Speaker. Honorable Semuju, I think he agrees with my argument, which I made earlier, that if we are to move these monies from where they have been to where they want to be, where we want the monies to be, we must do supplementary appropriation. There I agree. And that is the requirement of the Constitution, Article 156 and Section 25 of the PFMA. That one I agree with you. Mr. Speaker, point 2, he mentions about the changes in numbers.
Procedure.
Mr. Speaker, a procedural issue has been raised here, and the Minister has agreed with it that what we are doing is not fit for purpose. The motion before us that this House is supposed to consider requires us to reallocate. And yet, what should have been done is to have a supplementary budget brought here, and it is processed in the way Semuju guided. We have established beyond reasonable doubt that the figures this motion seeks to reallocate vary from what we approved in the budget. We have established beyond reasonable doubt that the actors in the procurement plan, in the work plan, in the recruitment plans are going to be different. Would it be procedurally right that, after we have identified an illegality, that this minister withdraws this motion and retables a supplementary budget? Otherwise, if we don't move that way, this parliament is going to enjoin in backing up thieves, and we will be selling this country. And this corruption is...
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, I need a clarification. So, under what rule are we moving? Because the motion is under Section 19. But now, supplementary, which you have said that that's how we should move, is under Section 25. So how do we reconcile the two to ensure that indeed we are moving in the right direction?
Mr. Speaker, we are moving systematically in stages. Stage 1 is reallocate the money. This one is under Section 19 of the PFMA. After you have approved the motion, in order for us to access money for spending, we shall have to do supplementary appropriation. And this will be moved under Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act.
Honorable Dur.
Mr. Speaker, sir, there are 2 points of law that have been raised. The first one is that the minister presented 2 different motions. One motion was officially laid here and you referred, but he had a second motion which he did not come here and he supplied to the committee.
No. Let me clarify that. No. Let me clarify that. Yes, on Wednesday, the Honorable Rugorobi Amos moved a motion for the second batch. He called it second batch. And I referred it to the committee, and I told them to consolidate it. And I communicated it at the beginning. So there was nothing smuggled to the committee or anywhere. The minister brought it here in broad daylight, and I referred it to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's where my issues now arise. In fact, under Section 19, the minister is entitled to come to Parliament to authorize him to transfer money from one vote to the other. There are 2 operational words under Section 19. Parliament may, by resolution, authorize the minister to reallocate funds from a vote to another. When you interrogate the word reallocate, it means there must be something in existence. For you to be reallocated from Kampala to Lira, it means you have been resident in Kampala. You cannot reallocate a non-existent amount of money. So what the minister should be telling us is that this amount of money exists under vote 119, which is URSB, I think, and we are moving the same amount of money to vote 137, which is NIRA. This is not coming clearly. And the reason is because the people at the Ministry of Finance, if the minister is in charge, have sought to take advantage of this parliament to do an illegality. The minister is entitled at any one point to come here and request for additional money where they have a shortage. Let me demonstrate to you, Mr. Speaker. The minister seeks the amount of money we appropriated in this parliament under URSB for civil registration function is 326 million. The money we appropriated under Uganda Registration Services Bureau under the function of civil registration for wages is 23.6 million. The minister is now telling us here to transfer 760 million. Where does he get 436 million? It means NIRA has realized that there is a shortfall and we had not foreseen it, or the money is insufficient, which falls under the realm of supplementary budget. So in dealing with this motion, Mr. Speaker, we should confine ourselves to transfer of money already voted. If the minister thereafter finds that there is a shortage in the new mandate, the minister can then come here with a supplementary budget. And we will be glad to support him in that. So on that basis, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to seek the indulgence of the chairperson and members of the budget committee that I feel the budget committee, whom we entrusted responsibility, not that members of parliament who do not sit on that committee cannot do this work. Committees of parliament are delegated to do work in trust, and that work must be done diligently. So for them, the committee to accept, to combine, to smuggle, and to try to hoodwink this parliament, this committee must apologize. This is not the first time the committee of budget.
Colleagues, let's not mislead ourselves. The report was read here verbatim by Honorable Catherine. And on page 14 of the report, 3.1, transfer of funds for Civil Registration Services Bureau. I would like to repeat. The committee recommends a total of 1,036,858,995 shillings, of which wage is 323,628, and the non-wage 713. So when you go back in the middle, it said the committee was informed that whereas available wage transfers to NERA from URSB amounts to 323.6, NERA requires 760. That's what they required. This has resulted into a shortfall of 436. So the committee has not recommended extra money. So there is nothing a committee apologizes for. The committee is talking what you are saying. The committee has clearly said approve only what was budgeted. And if you went to the first paragraph, says the committee observed that in 2024-25, a total of 1,036,858,995 was approved by Parliament, of which 323.628 was wage. And that's the amount the committee is recommending for approval. Now, when you tell the committee smuggling, which figure, go to the report and cite where it is smuggled. I think Honorable Du has not understood what the committee has recommended. And therefore, it doesn't desire an apology here.
Chair, your member gave you information.
Right, Honorable, I think it's a rush of judgment.
Information.
With the bias.
Honorable Kanya.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, when we read our rules and when we read our laws, we should be mindful of the foundation. And the foundation is simple. These rules and laws are made out as a result of the practice of the Commonwealth, the common law. And our rules, the Speaker is the custodian of the rules. And the Speaker being the custodian, any matter that has been referred by the House to the committee and a new matter emerges in the due course, the Speaker has the authority to refer that matter through his hand signature, direct to the committee without coming here. And that has been the practice. The Speaker has just been considerate in some occasions to delay referring the matter, to request the minister to come here. But if you have a matter of reallocation resulting from RAPEX, and the Minister of Finance omitted a component of another institution, the practice has been, read the Hansard, that the Speaker can direct that matter to be handled by that committee. Secondly, and therefore there is no matter that the committee or budget using the office of the Speaker smuggled, because the practice is all information coming from agencies are handed to the office of the Speaker. And that's the practice. Secondly, the process of RAPEX, Right Honorable Speaker. We have office of the Speaker. Secondly, the office of RAPEX, the process of RAPEX did not start today. When we repealed the acts, we transferred duties and responsibilities of some of these agencies. Read the acts that we repealed and merged. What is now left is the transfer of finances and other components. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to beg the Minister of Finance to complete the process for the new votes to bring the names of the accounting officers, so that tomorrow when we conclude this matter, we conclude it complete. Because when approve the resource, and you have not brought the names of the accounting officers to be laid to the office of the Speaker and to be laid here, we shall again have a challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I think I clarified for Honorable Jonathan on the issue of smuggling, and he understood. Because the answer is clear. The minister laid on table, there was nothing that was smuggled. The minister moved the motion, and we received it here. But I wanted to ask Honorable Jonathan Odur to help me, because at first I was also coming from that angle. Section 19, very, very clear. Parliament may by resolution authorize to reallocate funds from a vote to another where the functions of a vote are transferred to that other vote. Okay? Through RAPEX, we transferred the functions of NIRA to Minister of Works. We transferred the functions of UCDA to a vote in the Ministry of Agriculture. So now I thought this was sufficient. Then there came a question that, but this, if you're talking about this transfer and the minister is supposed to warrant this money, the minister can only warrant money provided for under the Appropriation Act and the schedules to the Appropriation Act. So, meaning this motion is not sufficient to amend the Appropriation Act and the schedules of the Appropriation Act, so the minister must move another motion to amend now the Appropriation Act so that he's able to warrant this money and move it to the entities that are allowed. Okay? So, I wanted to first agree with my brother Jonathan that do you think that that's what should be done so that we have that settled and we amend the Appropriation Act through a supplementary or what, and the schedules, and the minister is not just given air and orders, but actual money.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, before I comment, I would like to inform my brother, Honorable Ekanya, that the Speaker is not Parliament of Uganda. Where in the law it is stated that Parliament may do this, the Speaker cannot purport to be Parliament and cannot replace Parliament. So I am informing you on that basis. Now, Mr. Speaker, Section 19 already
the rules allow me to say clarification, because the Honorable Kanya was saying that the Speaker may refer a matter to a committee even without passing through here. Are you saying that the rules do not provide for that?
That is exactly what I have said. Where the law says Parliament has to do this, the Speaker cannot sit in their kitchen.
But colleagues,
they cannot sit elsewhere to do that.
What,
it must
what
be
are
Parliament.
you debating? What are you debating?
I'm just responding to.
Because you see why you're wasting my time. The matter was referred on the floor. I never wrote. I never passed anywhere. It was done here. So why are you alluding as if the public outside might think you're some people defending me? I did it from the background. We did it here in broad daylight.
Thank you. It's quite clear, Mr. Speaker, sir. I was just informing Chris, so that is clear in his mind. But Mr. Speaker, my reading of Section 19 is that it gives Parliament and the minister a leeway to amend the votes. That's why, because the Appropriation Act, the clauses, if you are using this other law, the sections are actually the votes. So once we authorize here, we have amended those specific votes by varying those figures. There is nothing else to supply because we have already supplied. But if you want to follow what the argument of the minister, when you are doing budget and you are doing supplies here, you must therefore show also where you are getting money from. Okay? But you remember, we already supplied this money already. We already supplied. Are we doing a resupply? Or you'll first bring a motion to desupply. To desupply, and then now we resupply. It doesn't make sense. That's why you are given.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. And to the Honorable Minister and you, Honorable Jonathan. When the entities ceased to be, did the votes that they are holding
continue to exist, or they collapse together with the entities. If the votes collapse together with the entities, where did the money go? Shouldn't it have gone to the consolidated fund? These are things. And if it went to the consolidated fund, is it a reallocation? So the clarification I seek to know, Honorable Minister, when the entities collapsed, these votes from where you are reallocating money, did they stay standing or they collapsed together with the entities? I beg to be clarified.
I know the minister will answer, but my understanding is there were entities that continue to exist after the RAFEX. The first example is the transfer of the function from the Uganda Registration Service Bureau. The vote of URSB has remained, but there is a component of a function which has been transferred to NIRA. So both of them exist. I also presuppose that within the first 2-3 months of the financial year, there was an expenditure on the side of the entity. So not all amount of money we appropriated is available for transfer. So it is the minister to come and tell us that out of the 10 billion we had appropriated under Civil Registration Bureau, 3 has been expended and now we are transferring the balance. Then there are also entities that I know has ceased to exist. But also before they ceased to exist, there were some expenditures that they have incurred. But the minister can clarify better because I don't have the figures.
But I think, colleagues, let's have this settled because the minister is comfortable using it. Because, I interrogated it deeply since yesterday. And I tried to call here and there and comb through the Hansard and all that. Because I asked myself, can you amend an act of parliament by a resolution? That's a major question. Because this is under Article 156 of the Constitution. So I'm like, can we amend an act by a resolution, by a mere resolution? So Honorable Katuntu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I have been attentively listening to colleagues submit on this issue. Allocation is under the Public Finance Management Act. Appropriation is under the Appropriation Act. You can never amend an act indirectly. You can only amend it directly. So you must first allocate, then you appropriate. That's why formally Section 20, which is 19, is not talking about appropriation. It's talking about reallocation. After you have done the allocation, then you go to appropriation. I don't know where this debate is coming from. It is, you see, allocation and reallocation do not mean appropriation. They don't. These are different things in finance and so in law. What we are doing now, the motion seeks to reallocate. It does not seek to appropriate. And there is no way money will move from the consolidated fund without appropriation. It is as basic as that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Bigarose, then.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as we hold this particular item, people's children have not gone to school. From November, the affected entities have not been receiving salary. It is so terrible. If you go to Women Council, the board that should have ceased is busy now operating as staff, as the staff are seated behind. Right Honourable Speaker, as we handle this particular item, we are also aware that we should handle it on quorum. Can we kindly ascertain if we have quorum in this house? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, on the debate, I don't need to ascertain quorum on debate. Quorum can be ascertained at a time of decision making. But on debate, the rules don't require me. Now, Rob wanted to say something.
Honourable Speaker, You see, the beauty about the law is that it is generally clear. Generally. Section 19, formerly 20 of the Public Finance Management Act. Reallocation of funds from a vote. Let me read verbatim. Parliament may, by resolution, authorize the minister to reallocate funds from a vote to another vote where functions of a vote are transferred to that other vote. Honorable Aisha Kabanda raised a critical question. Do these votes still exist? My submission is that they do not. Because we passed the RAPEX bills here. Because when an entity ceases to be and that bill has been assented to, you cannot say that that entity still is. And for that matter, you cannot say that that vote still exists. That money goes back to the consolidated fund. An example, when finance sets a target for URA to say this financial year, you're going to collect 30 trillion shillings, as an example. It's possible by some kind of miracle that URA could collect 40 trillion shillings by some kind of miracle. So there's excess money. You've got to come back here to Parliament and we determine how we make do with that money. Honorable Speaker, Section 25(1) of the same law, Public Finance Management Act, where in respect of any financial year, it is found that the amount appropriated by an appropriation act is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by the appropriation act. A supplementary estimate showing the amount required shall be laid before Parliament here. Let me wait for the Speaker and the Minister of Finance.
Look, I just want to make a request, okay? Yes.
Maybe let me finish this statement, sir.
Please, Lob, please. I'm going to suspend the House for 10 minutes, and I will request the Minister for Finance, the Chair, Budget Committee, the Shadow Finance Minister, the ROP, the Chairperson of Committee on Rules, and the Shadow Attorney General acting to have a very quick one, okay? We reconcile on this issue. And the most important question, and Attorney General if he's around, the most important question we are trying to reconcile is simple, okay? That if the resolution we are going to make on relocation has no impact and cannot be implemented, cannot allow the minister get money, why should we have it? Okay? That's what we need to agree, to know the purpose of the resolution if we are to adopt it. We must know if it has any purpose. If we find it has no purpose, we would be wasting time. We would rather wait. But let's agree to that, because the minister would be able to guide us. House suspended for 10 minutes. Honor the people I've talked about. We meet in the Speaker's Lounge.
It was in the measure, but I told him, for this one, look at him and tell him tough move. But when you look at him, yes. So may I go to very bad. Remember, just give me that page, by the way. Almost 400 pages. Give me that page. So I'm telling the clerk to send it to me. So this Rapex is a boomerang. Boomerang. The Kungu.
n'okumenya amateeka
Thank you, honorable colleagues. You know, colleagues, we are setting a precedent. We've never handled such a situation. We've never handled such a situation in the House. So I had nowhere to first refer to in terms of the Hansard, how it was handled and all that. So it was very important for us to meet with the leadership on both sides, together with the committee leadership. And we've heard a fruitful discussion. We've gotten a way forward. Let me ask the chair budget to report on what we have agreed to guide the
Thank
House.
you, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, the caucus resolved that this very one here, which was appointed by the Speaker a few minutes ago. So the members are known to all of us. It resolved that, we propose that, and we pray that we do adopt the report, adopt the resolution for the motion proposing to allow the minister to go ahead to do the reallocation. That's what the committee resolved.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, once that is done, okay, then the minister tomorrow will come with a proposal of concluding the appropriation process, which would be now very clear that committee of supply and supplementary would all be handled. Yes, Honorable Guzuri.
I think it was wise that you constituted a committee to go and discuss. But one thing which must be clear is that committee cannot resolve on our behalf.
No, we have we have proposed. Please, Honorable
exactly.
Guzuri. First listen. I don't know why people want to blow a storm in a teacup. The chairman has, I said, report on the proposal. Okay? The resolution is by putting a question and members voting on it. So I can't say we have concluded. So if you object or if you want to contribute, Honorable, but without...
yeah, I think that allays my fear, because I thought the matter is concluded. I'm here to disagree with that position. The ground is that the matters we are dealing with are clearly provided for in the law. If Parliament wants to change how these things must be done, it must first of all amend the law. First of all, the issue of reallocation, which you want us to approve, is provided for. The section was well cited. It says you can only move money from one vote to another. We have established the vote from which they want to move money does not exist. So where are you going to move this money from? Are you going to steal it? Are you going to, where? Is it in the air? Where is it coming from? That is a point which must be clarified. 2,
colleagues, give your colleague a chance to submit. Then you can have your time, you also submit, please.
2,
you're protected.
Mr. Speaker, 2, the budget we approved from which resources are being moved was approved on the basis of procurement plans, work plans, which were presented. I would give an example of UNRWA. UNRWA budget had structures within which the budget would be implemented. An example is a procurement manager. The details in the procurement plan. Now, if you move the man of UNRWA to ministry, and yet the ministry has a procurement manager, what is going to happen where you detect their differences in payment of that results into variation in figures, which was observed in this report.
Thank you.
So,
Honorable Nzima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have stood up to support the proposal being reported by the chair. I agree with the fact that whatever resolution we are supposed to approve is to alert Parliament that there is available money, which monies are supposed to be moved. And these monies cannot be moved through this resolution. It's just like a situation where there is an excess money which is got in terms of, say, suppression, or maybe what they can call repurposing. So this kind of money cannot be reallocated through a resolution like this. The best will be to come back with a bill to appropriate this money. Now, for me, what I think is, if we go ahead and approve this proposal, it is just merely to alert Parliament that members, there are available monies. Because, for example, these entities which have been rationalized, their monies are dormant. These monies, if they are moved to the ministries where they have been, where they are supposed to go, this cannot be moved through what? A resolution. This means there's an excess money which is being realized. Parliament can only come back through what? Appropriation. So I support this position that we approve this resolution. After approving it, minister can come back with the official what? Appropriation, which I agree with you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Fox-Odoi.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I will address two issues. One is by way of introduction. Right Honourable Speaker, I commend you for constituting a small committee to consult over this matter. It adds value to the processes, adds value by narrowing the gap, by synchronizing the points of disagreement and proposing a way forward. Now, this is an age-old practice in Commonwealth parliaments. When you have a disagreement, you talk across the political divide and you make progress. Because this country is ours, and we cannot take fixed positions. The reason we come here is basically to talk to one another and not to talk at one another. That said, Right Honourable Speaker, I also rise to support the proposal of the subcommittee. I support the proposal of the subcommittee because it's good in law. The processes we are going through is two tier. The first tier is the requirement of Section 19 of the Public Finance Management Act, a resolution of Parliament to authorize the minister to reallocate funds. The second tier is supply. These processes are all good in law, and we can, one is not complete without the other. After the first process, which is a resolution, and I invite you, honorable colleagues, to vote in favor of this resolution, we then convene and supply funds to the entities, to the ministries proposed by the minister. That is still our mandate. So there's nothing we have lost. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, honourable colleagues. I put the question that the motion to authorize the government to reallocate budgets for the financial 2024-2025 and revise work plans for institutions affected under the Rationalization of Government Agencies and Public Expenditures RAPEX reform be adopted. Those in favour say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Next item. Just a comment.
Honourable Speaker, just to clarify, because there might be, we have passed the motion allowing the Minister of Finance to reallocate. For us here at Parliament, we are gatekeepers. We are going to wait for him to follow all the tenets of the law. So we have not said go and do whatever it is that you want to do. Yeah? Reallocation, all right. but within the law as we have prescribed it here. I just thought that clarity should come out.
Yeah. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to give comfort to this House that now you have also authorized us to go and do reallocation. We are going to, according to the law, yes. We are going to, because of the urgency of the matter, we are going to work throughout the night. Line by line, we'll analyze vote by vote. And tomorrow we shall come here in the afternoon with our proposals on where we would like to move this money. And the figures will be very clear for both the House and the public. There is nothing we are going to do in hiding. I want to allay your fears, colleagues, that everything will be done in a transparent manner. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Next item.
Item number 6 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the review of the rules of procedure of Parliament.
Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know whether the House is in the mood of this, but I hope they are. This is the report of the Standing Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the review of the rules of procedure of Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the minutes of the several meetings held by the committee, plus the original report, together with the minority report on table. Right Honourable Speaker, the report itself is around 100 pages. But the amendments also are around 23 pages. So we are talking about 123-page reports. And whereas the rules provide that we read the report before we go into committee stage to handle the proposed amendments one by one, I would request, because the report is too big, that I do summary of the major report, and then the debate actually takes place during the committee stage, because we would be handling particular amendments, and so that members don't do a general comment, then they repeat the same arguments when we are going for the particular amendments.
if that is comfortable with the members. If it isn't, then I just beg for their patience. I read the whole report.
No, I think, Honorable, that would be the right way. I will give members chance when we are handling rule by rule. Members can debate at that stage so that we tackle one rule, we finish it. We tackle one rule, we finish it. Other than first having general comments, moving around, and then we go back to committee stage, we repeat ourselves, but we give it enough time. Yes, Honorable Guzuri.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Guzuri wanted to make a comment.
Mr. Speaker, I needed your guidance. There are matters which this House was considering and they were premised on the rules as they are. And the proposals, some of the proposals being considered in the rules may affect people who moved under those rules. So what is going to be the fate of such members or issues which were raised under the proposals? I wanted to understand that.
Yeah, Chair, did you propose savings?
Rules is like the law. It takes effect after it has been pronounced. If there was an issue which was before this House, can only be covered for under the rules as they are. So really, there can never be any confusion.
Because now, Chair retrospectively would have amended our rules to apply retrospectively.
That can be proposed at the what? But we didn't propose a retrospective effect of the rules.
No, what I'm saying is simple. That Honorable has said a member moved under Rule A. Okay? And now you have amended that Rule A, and now the rule that applies to the subject matter is, for example, Rule C. Okay? What would happen? And I was asking that did you propose, for example, to say we save the business that had been moved under these other rules? This is a matter of the law. Let me first allow Chair rules.
No, we didn't address ourselves to that, but it's not too late at the end of this the amendment. We can have that retrospective resolution.
Thank you. Chairman, please present, let us receive the report.
I happen to be in that fear, and I'm happy that my brother raised this concern. Specifically, I did raise a question here on the handling of the National Legal Aid Bill. The law, the rules, and rule, I think 121, I don't have my book here, says that if a committee fails to deliver a report to the floor, and the time that was given by the House has elapsed, or given by the rules has elapsed, the House has the right to proceed as though the report has been considered by the committee. In the event that that particular clause or rule is affected, what is going to happen? And that is the question. So for us, the members of parliament, we don't take this lightly because it can wound us. All the efforts that we have put in this can be put down in one evening. And that's a serious issue.
Thank you.
And we will be happy that we agree that such a clause or provision is saved, that whatever is being affected now, we allow for it to be disposed and is not caught up by these movements. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair really guided very well on that. And so let's move. No, please, Chair, read the report. Chair, read the report.
Thank you very much. Really, I didn't want to preempt the debate or even the report. Right Honourable Speaker, background to the current review of the rules of procedure. On the 9th of January 2024, during a plenary sitting, Honourable Seung Gonzak, MP Kalung West, raised a procedural concern regarding the designation of a member of the ruling party as chairperson of the Committee on Human Rights. He argued that given its function, the committee on Human Rights should be classified as an accountability committee, which by tradition should be chaired by a member of the opposition. I'll go to the conclusion. In response, the Right Honourable Speaker directed the Committee Rules and Privileges to conduct a comprehensive review of the rules of procedure, excluding Rules 7 and 8, and report back to the House within 2 months. Right Honourable Speaker, this 1.4 covers the objectives of the review, being to identify and address gaps noted from the implementation of the rules of procedure of Parliament for the satisfactory functioning and efficient transaction of business of the House and its committees, to align certain rules with the Constitution and other applicable laws, taking into account the court decisions that have impacted on the procedure of the House and its committee, to codify the well-established practices of the House and rulings of the Speaker where applicable in line with Rule 8.2 of the Rules of Procedure, and 4, to introduce new procedures aimed at enhancing the operational efficiency of the House and its committees, drawing from best practices from other Commonwealth countries. The committee employed a participatory approach, inviting a wide range of stakeholders to submit proposals for the amendment of the rules. Right Honourable Speaker, these were the ones who were invited: the Government Chief Whip, the Chief Opposition Whip, all party whips, the Dean of Independence, Chairperson of WOPA, the Attorney General, the chairpersons of committees, all representatives of special interest groups, youth, older persons with disabilities, persons with disabilities and workers, Uganda People's Defence Forces Whip, all members of Parliament, and the clerk. However, the committee received written memorandum from only the following: the Government Chief Whip, former and current chairpersons of committees, the Honourable Abedi Bwanika, the Honourable Charles Yayume, the Honourable Sarah Kayaji, the Honourable Niyonsaba Alex, and then these were the members of Parliament who contributed: the Honourable Lulume Baiga, Honourable Byakatonda Abdu, Honourable Court Boniface, the Honourable Sarah Pendi, the Honourable Akum Catherine Mavanjina, and the Office of the Clerk. Right Honourable Speaker, we also had a meeting with the stakeholders, who including parliamentary staff, the Principal Office ICT, and then the Parliamentary Department of Official Reporting. We reviewed a number of laws, Right Honourable Speaker, and then there was a study of parliamentary procedure texts, and these were the observations and recommendations. Definition of certain terms used in rules. Right Honourable Speaker, we did look at some of the terms used, and then we revised their definitions. Lead of government business, for example, which had to be aligned with Article 108A of the Constitution. Lead of opposition, which has to be aligned with Section 1 of the Administration of Parliamentary Act. Principles of Parliament, which is to be aligned with Section 1 of the Parliament Powers and Privileges Act. In addition, certain terms are currently used in the rules but are not defined. For example, official record, Hansard, official reports, privilege, dignified, rulings. It is further proposed that the definition of cabinet be deleted, since the term is not used anywhere in the rules. The definition of whip be broadened to enhance clarity. The definition of subsidiary legislation, which is proposed to be used in the rules of procedure, be included. The committee agrees to the proposed amendments, which are aimed at enhancing clarity and ensuring consistency in the application of the rules. Prohibition of campaign for the position of Speaker before nomination. Currently, Rule 5.3 prohibits individuals from publicly campaigning for themselves or their agents in a manner that breaches the code of conduct for members of parliament. The office of clerk proposed an amendment, provision before Rule 5 to prohibit campaigns for individuals intending to contest for the position of Speaker and Deputy Speaker before their nomination. This was the observation. The committee observes that the proposed amendment does not address any particular mischief and would be redundant if adopted. It is already an established electoral practice that campaigns commence only after nomination, and any activity conducted before nomination cannot be regarded as campaigns anyway. So the committee therefore rejects objects to the proposed insertion and considers the current Rule 5 sufficient. Seating arrangement in the House. Right Honourable Speaker, there are proposals. However, we do propose that the practice of free seating should be explicitly provided for in the rules of procedure to cater for situations where seating limitations arise. Colleagues, free seating has not been provided for in our rules. It has always been the discretion of the chair when the situation arises. So we are proposing that it is entrenched within the rules. The rules should provide that the front rows on the right and the left-hand side of the Speaker should be reserved for the key leaders in the House who shall be specified in the rules. This provision should remain in effect even when free seating is allowed to maintain order, decorum, and respect for the hierarchy in parliamentary proceedings. The practice has been that both front benches are swarmed by the back benches, and we thought it's part of our practice to respect hierarchy of our leadership. We need to leave both benches on both sides of the House not to be affected by free seating. So we are reserving them specifically for those who are entitled to sit on them. The rules should provide that the Speaker shall ensure that each member of the House has a comfortable seat, taking into consideration age and physical disability of a member. The rules should stipulate that the seats designated for members representing persons with disabilities and older persons should be always reserved for them, even when there is free seating. Right Honourable Speaker, we also look at the Parliamentary Commission. So many proposals were made. But we go to, let us look at the proposals that were made because this is quite crucial. The committee considered the proposal by Honourable Abdul Katonda to amend Rule 11.1 to include an independent member of Parliament on the Parliamentary Commission to ensure representation of independent members on the Commission. The Parliamentary Commission is established under Article 87A of the Constitution of Uganda. It is also provided for under Section 2 of the Administration of Parliament Act and then Rule 11.1 of the Rules of Procedure. Section 2 of the Act provides that the Parliamentary Commission shall be composed of the Act, the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Leader of Government Business, his or her nominee, the Minister responsible for Finance, the Leader of Opposition, his or her nominee, and 4 members of Parliament, one of whom shall represent the opposition, and none of whom shall be a minister. Section 2.4 of the Act further provides that nomination of candidates for election to the Commission of the 4 members shall be done by the government and opposition sides. The committee found merit in Honorable Yakatonda's proposal, considering that both government and opposition are represented on the Parliamentary Commission. However, while independent members who currently, I think that wasn't however, while independent members who currently number 74, which is 14.3, are not. However, the committee could not adopt the proposed, since the composition of the commission as outlined in Rule 11.1 is grounded in Section 2 of the Administration of Parliamentary Act, and any modification to the rule would require first to amend the Act. Proposal to ensure gender parity in the Parliamentary Commission. The committee considered a proposal by the Honorable Sarah Opendi to amend again Rule 113. And this is what two members, and the Honorable Sarah Opendi had proposed 2 male members of the Commission and 2 female members of Parliament shall be elected under Sub-Rule 1F. Currently, Rule 11.3 stipulates that at least one of the 4 members of Parliament elected under Rule 1F must be a woman. While the committee recognizes the importance of gender balance, it notes that the existing Rule 11.3 is also grounded in Section 2.3 of the Administration of the Parliament Act. As such, any modification to this rule would first require an amendment of the Act. Need to ensure parliamentary procedure for election of Parliamentary Commission. Section 2.4 of the Administration of Parliament Act provides that nomination of the candidates for election to the Commission of the 4 members of Parliament referred to in subsection 2 shall be made by the government and opposition sides. The same provision is replicated in Rule 11.4 of the Rules of Procedure. Furthermore, Section 3 of the Act provides a member of the Commission shall hold office for the duration of Parliament in which he or she is elected, and the word elected is being put in bold, but shall not vacate the office until the member is nominated or elected in his or her place, as the case may be, immediately after general election. The committee notes, whereas both the Act and the rules cited above envisage election of backbench commissioners, what is currently being done is designation, where nominees from the parties are presented to the House for approval without elections. The ruling party nominates 3, while the official opposition party nominates 1, making the required number of 4 commissioners. The committee observes that the current practice effectively shifts Parliament is responsible to elect the 4 parliamentary commissioners to the political parties, undermine the spirit and intent of the law. Additionally, the current rules of procedure lack a clear and detailed procedure for nomination and election of backbench commissioners, leading to potential ambiguity in the election if the election were to be held. The committee therefore proposes that the procedure for the nomination and election of the 4 parliamentary commissions should be incorporated in the rules as attached as an Appendix X. The committee notes that unlike procedures governing the election of members of IALA and the Pan-African Parliament, which explicitly require nomination of candidates to be made by the political parties represented in Parliament, Section 2.4 of the Administration of Parliament Act provides that nomination of the 4 parliamentary commissioners for the election to the commission shall be made by the government and opposition sides. Based on this provision, the committee proposes that the proposed appendix to the election of the commissioner should clearly stipulate that the nomination of candidates for election to the commission be made by members of parliament of the ruling party and opposition parties from among their respective members rather than directed by the political parties. This will ensure the direct participation of members of parliament in the nomination and subsequent election of their representatives to the commission. Additionally, it will prevent instances where political parties select nominees without following a proper, transparent, and democratic process. The committee further proposes that the nomination of a candidate to the commission be conducted in a manner that fosters competition and ensure that members of parliament have a sufficient number of candidates to choose from. Accordingly, members of parliament from the party in government should nominate 6 to compete for the 3 positions allocated to the government, while members of parliament from the opposition political parties should nominate 3 candidates to compete for the 1 position allocated to the opposition. The proposal to have 6 candidates from the government side and 3 candidates from the opposition is to ensure fairness and balance between the 2 sides by providing more candidates for the opposition to choose from, considering that ordinarily the opposition is made up of multiple political parties, while the government side consists of a single political party. Once the nomination process is complete, the government chief whip and opposition chief whip shall present the list of nominees to the House, where all members of parliament entitled to vote will participate in the election of their commissioners. The committee believes that the above procedures will ensure transparent, competitive, and participatory process that reflects the collective will of all members of parliament. Election of members of the Pan-African Parliament. The Office of the Clerk noted an inconsistency between the existing rules regarding representation in the Pan-African Parliament. While Rule 13 provides for election of members of PAP, Rule 3 of Appendix D provides for 2 options, election and designation. The Office of the Clerk proposed that the 2 rules be harmonized by deleting the word designation in Rule 3 of Appendix D to bring the rules in conformity with the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament. Article 4 of the protocol stipulates that members of the Pan-African Parliament shall comprise 5 members elected by each party. Rule 13 currently provides as follows. I don't have to go into that. I'll go to what the committee is observing. The committee notes that the consistency between 2 rules and agrees that they should be harmonized by deleting the word designation in Appendix 3, Rule 3, Appendix D. The committee therefore recommends that going forward, election of members of parliament should be conducted in accordance with the rules. The committee notes further that this is a mandatory requirement which should be entrenched in the rules to guide the elections, because it is mandatory since it is provided for in the protocol establishing the Pan-African Parliament. Leader of government business. The Office of the Clerk to Parliament proposed the introduction of a new rule, Rule 14, to recognize the position and function of leader of government business in accordance with Article 108 of the Constitution to ensure clarity and for ease of reference. The committee notes in its observation that whereas Rule 4 outlines the roles and functions of the leader of opposition, no such rule exists for the leader of government business, despite the importance of this position in the parliamentary structure and its proceedings. The committee, therefore, is going to recommend, first of all, it agrees with the proposal to introduce a new rule that outlines the role and function of the leader of government business, like the one which provides for the leader of opposition. Realignment of the rules on whips. There were suggestions. The committee considered the proposal by the clerk's office again by realigning Rule 15 by eliminating unnecessary and redundant provisions. The committee reviewed this proposal concurrently with that one of Government Chief Whip, who proposed the amendment of the heading Rule 15 to roles and functions of whips, and the introduction of a new sub-rule requiring whips to publish attendance list of all members at the end of every quarter. However, no justification was provided for this proposed amendment. The committee observes that the function of whips are currently placed under various sub-rules. The amendment proposed by the Office of the Clerk seeks to consolidate those functions under a single sub-rule, thereby enhancing clarity and also ease of reference. The committee, therefore, agrees with this amendment and will propose amendments to it. Suspension of the rules. Right Honourable Speaker, we looked at it. The current position is under Rule 16.2, which outlines specific rules that cannot be suspended as follows. Rule 5, Rule 6, 11, 12, 13, 1, 16, 98. The proposal by the Office of the Clerk seeks to expand Rule 16.2 by adding several more rules, like 1, Rule 10, presence of the President in the House, Rule 24, quorum, 18, order in the House, 93, majority decision, removal of President, 108, procedure for removal of Speaker and Deputy Speaker, vote of censure against ministers, Rule 110, removal of a commissioner, 111, removal of a person from office, leave of absence, Rule 112, Rule 118, Rule 124, it goes up to Rule 195. The committee notes that the proposal of the rule on the suspension of rules is to allow flexibility in the conduct of parliamentary business when strict adherence to procedures might delay or stifle debate. This provision allows Parliament to temporarily set aside certain rules in exceptional or urgent circumstances. In the Malema Billy's case, the Supreme Court upheld Parliament's right to suspend its own rules if a motion to do so is seconded. However, the committee notes that the safeguard must be built into the rules by preventing potential misuse of this rule. Certain entrenched rules, especially those addressing non-derogable constitutional rights, like the right to a fair hearing and principles of democratic governance, should never be suspended. These include rules on the election and removal of persons from office, quorum requirement, and voting procedures. In the case of the Honorable Zake, the court ruled that suspending rules 24, 110, 111, 175 of the rules of procedure during parliamentary sitting compromised the rules of natural justice, thereby contravening Article 2, 28, 42, 44, 88, and 94 of the Constitution. The court observed that while Parliament has power to make its rules of procedure under Article 94 of the Constitution and to suspend them under Rule 16 of its procedure, this power is subject to the provision of the Constitution. The court held that the power to suspend the rules of Parliament is therefore not only limited by Rule 16, which lays down particular rules that must never be suspended, but also by the provisions of the Constitution itself. The committee therefore agrees with the proposal to expand Rule 16.2 to incorporate more rules that cannot be suspended. This amendment will ensure compliance with court order decisions and alignment with the Constitution and other applicable laws. Order of business. The committee considered the following proposal by the Office of the Clerk to amend Rule 25. Proposed to require leave of the House before the Speaker can amend the order paper. The justification provided is to cater for circumstances of an urgent nature that may require the Speaker to amend the order paper. The committee disagrees with this proposal on the basis that Article 94(4) of the Constitution vests the power to determine the order of business in the Parliament in the Speaker, and this includes the power to amend the order paper. Requiring leave of the House before the Speaker can amend the order paper, which responsibility is given by the Constitution, will therefore be in contravention of the Constitution. Proposal to include matters of urgent public importance on the order paper. Right Honourable Speaker, I'll skip and I go straight to the recommendation. The committee recommends that matters of urgent public importance should not be included on the order paper. Instead, Rule 54 should be amended to provide parameters for determining what qualifies as a matter of urgent public importance. Rule 54 should specify that a matter must pertain to a genuine emergency that has stipulated public concern or interest, requiring immediate and urgent consideration to warrant taking precedence over other business on the order paper. Additionally, no single matter of urgent public importance should take more than 5 minutes of the House. The above provision will ensure that only genuinely urgent and publicly significant matters are brought before the House. And the reason is proposal to impose
Who determines?
timelines for placement of reports on the order paper.
To me.
Proposals to impose timelines for placement of reports on the order paper. The committee observed that the petition are like any other businesses before the House and should therefore not be treated differently. The committee is further alive to Article 94(4) of the Constitution and Rule 25(1) of the Rules of Procedure that empowers the Speaker to determine the order of business in the House, giving priority to government business. The proposal by Honourable Penny will limit these powers. The committee therefore objects to the proposed amendment and recommends that the current position in the rules be maintained. Laying of papers. The committee has noted instances where members wish to lay reference or evidential materials that are not classified as papers, but due to the absence of a specific rule, such item cannot be laid. The committee therefore recommends an amendment to the heading of Part 6 to allow for the laying of not only papers, but also other items on the table. To prevent misuse of this rule, the committee further recommends that the laying of papers or items should only be done with the leave of the Speaker. Laying of reports of the Auditor General. Right Honourable Speaker, I go to the recommendation on page 24. The committee considers the above explanation satisfactory and recommends that the rules relating to laying of reports of the Auditor General be amended to include the proposal was to include the reports to be submitted to, in the absence of the clerk, to the Speaker, or to the, in the absence of the Speaker, to the clerk, or even the Deputy Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we go to the Prime Minister's time. Right Honourable Speaker, we have some proposals on page 28. The time allocated to Rule 41 for responding to a written question during Prime Minister's question time should be reduced from 40 minutes to 20 minutes, while the time for responding to oral questions in Rule 41 should be increased from 20 minutes to 40 minutes. Given that the time frame for written question is proposed to be reduced, the number of written questions the clerk is required to forward to the Prime Minister under Rule 41 should also be reduced from 15 to 10. 41 should be amended to require that all written questions to the Prime Minister be precise, concise, and address only one matter of government policy or the general performance of government. Similarly, the Prime Minister's response should also be precise and concise. Additionally, Rule 44, which provides detailed parameters for the misbeat of question, should be strictly adhered to. Need to prescribe time limits for the debate. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee proposes amendment to Rules 70 to prescribe time limits for debate. Rule 7011 currently provides as follows. The Speaker may, on the recommendation of the proceedings of the day or in a motion, announce the time he or she is to allow each member contributing to the debate. I may direct a member to take his or her seat who has spoken for the period given. The committee's proposal is driven by concern that the existing practice where the Speaker allocates only 2 to 3 minutes for individual members to speak has proven sometimes insufficient for the members to make a well-researched, substantive contribution. As a result, members often cut short before completing their speeches, making the answer appear very disjointed. Additionally, this has limited evidence-based debate, as members lack adequate time to present their arguments, which in turn compromises the quality of debate. The committee recognizes that the current practice is aimed at balancing two competing interests, namely the time limited available vis-a-vis the equal rights of all members to contribute to the debate. Considering the large size of Parliament, currently comprising of 557, given this context, managing time equitably across such large numbers of members presents unique challenges to the presiding officer. The committee considered its proposal concurrent with Honourable Rulumebaiga's proposal to amend Rule 70. Since two are related, Honourable Baiga's proposal was the presiding officer during any sitting of Parliament shall ensure that each party represented in Parliament is allocated time on each motion or House business under consideration in Parliament. The justification for the proposal is to ensure equitable allocation of time and business space on the order paper for private business, strengthen members' participation in the House proceedings, and strengthen members' participation in their respective party caucuses on parliamentary business for better quality of debate. In search of a more effective solution, the committee conducted comparative analysis of how other Commonwealth countries have managed time allocation while ensuring productive and equitable debate. We looked at what obtains in South Africa, in Kenya, in Zambia, in Lusaka, and Right Honourable Speaker, we go to the recommendation. The committee recommends that the time limits for members of Parliament to debate be prescribed in the rules of procedure of Parliament. However, given the size of Uganda's Parliament and need to ensure equitable participation, the committee proposes a standard time limit of not more than 5 minutes per member. However, the Speaker should retain the discretion to adjust the time, either increasing or reducing it in exceptional circumstances, having regard to the importance of the subject or the number wishing to contribute to the debate. the practice has been just the speaker allocating time, but now we are trying to put it in the rules such that he acts within the rules when he's either increasing or reducing time. Content of speech. There are many recommendations, then there are cases cited. This is what we are recommending. To preserve decorum of parliamentary debates and uphold respect for the President as the fountain of honor, the rule should stipulate that it is out of order for a member to impute improper motives to the President or use the President's name to influence debate. The same rule actually provides for the Speaker. There is already provision for the Speaker or even other members. So we are just expanding it. Sub judice rule. We go to the recommendation. Rule 78 should be redrafted and reorganized to clearly define the circumstances under which a point of order, procedure, privilege, or information may be raised in the House. This is to ensure clarity and to ease of enforcement. A new rule should be introduced stating that it is out of order for any member to interrupt proceedings on any point of order, procedure, without citing the specific rule being breached. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, the practice has been members raising procedure when there's nothing procedure about what he's talking about. After they raise it to access the microphone and call in the presiding officer. It is a point of procedure, but there is no procedure being raised. So I think we need a little bit clarity under what circumstances you rise, and please rise by the proposals we are making. The presiding officer should strictly enforce the requirement that members rising on a point of order or procedure cite the rule being breached to prevent abuse of this rule. Code of conduct. The Honorable Doctor, you may propose about dress code. It's quite long, but this is the sort of thing we come up with. Rule 82 on dress code for male members should be amended by including a cravat and flaps as an alternative to a tie. As an alternative to a tie. Cravat and flaps. Look at the speaker. Look at what the speaker is wearing. That's not a tie.
You people, you're not looking at me. You can see those who are not complying.
A pair of long trousers with a jacket, kanzu and a jacket, safari suit, and decent traditional wear should be removed from the rules. The only acceptable dress code for members should be a suit, shirt, and a tie. This will uphold decorum and ensure consistency and uniformity in the dress code for members of Parliament. Honorable members,
Order. Honorable colleagues, order.
Honorable members, the practice has been people come with all sorts of curtain materials. And you are like, is this a parliament? So I think we need to realign. We need to realign such that the decorum of this house, and we are making proposals. Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 82(1)B should be amended by including the term decent in sub-rule B1, 2, 3. Addition the terms decent. Additionally, the terms decent and dignified, which are currently used in the rules, should be defined to foster a clear understanding of the standards of decency expected of members of parliament. The phrase decent traditional wear causes a little bit of problems. What amounts to decent and traditional wear? Dress for UPDF. Rule 82AV, B and 6 permit male and female members of parliament representing the UPDF to wear military attire. The committee notes that the official attire for UPDF was gazetted in the Uganda Gazette of 46 volume blah blah of 2019, and this includes the Kaunda suit, ceremonial uniform, battle dress, combat uniform, and Mount Carmel combat uniform, among others. The Gazette provides a detailed description of these uniforms and specifies that combat uniforms are intended for UPDF operations. However, the committee has observed instances where certain members representing the armed forces have worn combat uniforms while attending parliamentary proceedings. The committee finds this inappropriate since such attires carry the connotation of a battlefield. The committee, therefore, discourages the practice of wearing combat uniform during parliamentary proceedings. We are therefore making proposals of the dress code of members of the UPDF, and actually the current proposal we are making is exactly what the honorable members are putting on. But not the other combat. They call it madoa-doa. That one is when they are defending us out there. Sanctions for breach of parliamentary dress code. The committee recommends, Right Honourable Speaker, honourable colleagues, that the rules stipulate that a member attending the House or committee who fails to adhere to the prescribed dress code should be cited for being out of order. The presiding officer should then order the member to immediately withdraw from the House or committee and return only when dressed in accordance with the rules. Right Honourable Speaker, order in the House, we are making proposals that a new rule 88A should further be broadened to include publication, disclosure of a committee report, evidence, or a document received by a committee before presentation of the committee report to the House. I think this one is very important. Let me just go through it because I don't want members to be caught by the rules. Right Honourable Speaker, Rule 2.22. The committee considered the proposal by the Office of the Clerk to insert a new sub-rule 88A on gross disorderly conduct. The purpose of this amendment is to outline specific circumstances under which a member's conduct may be deemed grossly disorderly or referred to in Rule 88.2. The proposed amendment is as follows. A member commits an act of gross disorderly conduct if the member, 1, defies a ruling or direction of a presiding officer, 2, demonstrates or makes disruptive utterances, 3, declines to retract words ruled unparliamentary by presiding officer, or declines to offer an apology when ordered to do so. Attempts to or causes disorder of whatever nature. Attempts to use violence against a member in the House, committee, or within the precincts of Parliament. Attempts to or disrupts the Speaker's procession. Attempts to or remove the mess from its place. Deliberately gives false information to the House. Rule 82.2 currently provides the Speaker shall order any member whose conduct is grossly disorderly to withdraw immediately from the House or committee for the remainder of that day's sitting, and the clerk and the sergeant at arms shall act upon such orders as he or she may receive from the Speaker or chairperson of the committee. Observation. The committee notes that the current rule does not explicitly define what constitutes gross disorderly misconduct, leaving this interpretation to the discretion of the Speaker or the chairperson. This leaves room for uncertainty and may result into the inconsistent application of the rules. The committee therefore supports the proposed amendment as it seeks to provide clearer guidance to the presiding officer or chairperson and members on specific action that constitute gross disorderly conduct. The committee therefore recommends that the proposed amendment be incorporated in the rules. The proposed new Rule 88A should further be broadened to include the publication or disclosure of a committee report, evidence, or document received by a committee before it is presented in the House. Procedure for referral of defamatory statements to the Committee on Rules and Procedure. There was a proposal from the Office of the Clerk, and it says, the committee considered the proposal by the Office of the Clerk to amend Rule 91 to harmonize Rule 175 and 91, currently empowering the committee chairperson to directly refer statement that the chairperson deems prima facie defamatory to the Committee on Rules. However, this provision conflicts with Rule 175, which mandates the Committee on Rules which mandates the Committee on Rules privileges and dispute to handle disciplinary matters referred to it either by the House or the Speaker. Additionally, the Office of the Clerk noted that Rule 91 does not specify how defamatory statements made before the Committee on Rules privilege discipline should be handled. It was proposed that in such cases, the matter should be referred to a select committee to avoid potential conflict of interest and ensure an independent and impartial investigation. I go to the recommendations. The committee recommends that the procedure for referring defamatory statements to the Committee on Rules should be streamlined within the rules. Rule 91 should therefore be amended to stipulate that a chairperson who considered a statement made by a member against any person to be prima facie defamatory to refer the matter to the Speaker, who shall then refer the matter to the Committee on Rules. In a case where a defamatory statement is made before the Committee on Rules, the Speaker shall refer the matter to a select committee appointed in accordance with Rule 90. Voting rights of members virtually present in the House. As you realize, since COVID, this has been an innovation, and this is our proposals. Considering that voice voting is the default method of voting in the House, and as such, most decisions are taken through voice votes, the committee recommends that presiding officer should only invoke Rule 96.3 to enable members virtually present to vote, since they form part of the quorum of the House. The new parliamentary chambers currently under construction should be equipped with appropriate ICT infrastructure to facilitate electronic voting. Additionally, the design should include individual desks and dedicated seats to facilitate both physical and virtual participation of the members of Parliament in the House. Censure of ministers. I go just to the recommendation. The rules should make a clear distinction between a petition and a motion. The petition is directed to the President, while the motion is the formal procedure within Parliament. To harmonize the rules, 118 of the to harmonize the rules with Article 118 of the Constitution, the rules should clearly state that proceedings of a nature of a minister are initiated by a petition to the President through the Speaker, signed by at least 1/3 of members of Parliament. Therefore, the petition should be presented to the President before any motion for censure is moved in the House. After the petition has been presented to the President, the motion for censure can then be moved in Parliament. Just read the rules that they are first. Proposal to bar censured ministers from attending Parliament. The committee observed that the proposed amendment, if adopted, would effect amount to a de facto removal of a minister, which would contravene Article 118 of the Constitution. For this reason, the committee could not agree to the proposal for the amendment. Removal of parliamentary commission.
Honorable colleagues, those come during a debate. Here he's reading a report. It's not his report, it's a report of the committee. So anything to do with the report, we should ask at the end when we are debating.
And I'm trying to, if I read the whole of the report, which I'll take the whole day here. Removal of a parliamentary commissioner. Right Honorable Speaker, we do recommend that the committee recommends that the procedure for the removal of parliamentary commissioner should be streamlined and consolidated under a single rule to ensure clarity, consistency, and completeness. As it is now, you can find it in many other parts of the rules. So we want to consolidate them. Urgent bills. The committee agrees with the proposal that we delete urgent bills. Rule 119 expresses that whereupon the recommendation of the appropriate committee of the House appointed for that purpose, pardon me, the House determines that a particular bill is of urgent nature, that bill may be introduced without publication. The government chief whip proposed the deletion of the phrase whereupon the recommendation of the appropriate committee of the House appointed for that purpose. The committee observes that the phrase whereupon the recommendation of the appropriate committee of the House appointed for that purpose defeats the urgency for the bill. And in particular, no committee has ever been appointed for that purpose anyway. The committee therefore agrees the proposed deletion and recommends the determination of the urgency of the bill should rest solely with the House. It doesn't have to go through another committee to determine whether it is urgent or not. The membership of committees. Right Honorable Speaker, while directing the committee to review the rules, emphasize the need to specify the number of members constituting a committee. The committee considered this together with the proposal by the Office of the Clerk to reinstate the upper and lower limits on the membership of committees, which were removed during the previous review. The Office of the Clerk proposed a minimum of 30 and a maximum of 40 members per committee for sectoral and standing committee, except for the Committee on Business, Budget, and Appointments. Right Honorable Speaker, we go to the recommendation. Considering that there are 470 members of Parliament eligible to serve on committees, excluding Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Vice President, Prime Minister, Ministers, the rules should specify the membership of committees, except for business committees
as follows. All committees except the budget committee should have a minimum of 20 and a maximum of 40. For the budget committee, no lower limit should be prescribed. However, the upper limit should be adopted at 60, including chairpersons and committees. Chairpersons of committees. Yeah, because the chairpersons of committee are ex officio members. So to add in again another 30, it becomes an 80-member committee. Really doesn't make sense to have a committee of, I think, 80. I don't know how many they are now. Voting rights of chairpersons on the budget committee. I don't want to go into the history, but we went through the history of the budget committee and whether the chairpersons of committees have been treated as real members of the budget committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm sure all members of this House know what has been happening. We now recommend that the rules should expressly provide that chairpersons of committees are full members of the budget committee with voting rights to enable them to effectively participate in decision making. Representations of special interest groups in leadership of committees. There were proposals and these were recommendations. The committee recommends that Rule 157 be amended to specify that it is the responsibility of political parties when designating a chairperson to ensure that 40% of committee leadership positions are women. Additionally, the rule should stipulate that political parties should, as far as feasible, include representation of other special interest groups in the leadership of committees to ensure balanced representation and promote inclusivity. Leadership of the Committee on Human Rights. The committee, we went through a lot of this, but this is our recommendation. The committee recommends maintaining the current status quo where the Committee on Human Rights is chaired by a member of the ruling party. Mandate of the Committee on Rules, their justifications. Mandate on the rules of the Committee on Rules and Privilege. These are the recommendations. Rule 175 should be amended to empower the Committee on Rules to review the rules of procedure of Parliament on its own evolution, in addition to considering proposed amendment by members and other committees or the House. The mandate of the Committee on Matters of Contempt of Parliament, breach of privilege, and discipline should remain as it is in the current rules. Disciplinary proceedings should only be initiated upon referral by the House to preserve the committee's independence and impartiality in handling such matters. The mandate of the committee should be broadened to include proposing amendment to the rules to give effect to the rulings and decisions of the Speaker. Mandate of the Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation. The committee therefore recommends that Rule 186, which currently creates a contradiction in the rules of assigning the Committee on STI budgetary responsibility, which are meant for the Committee on Presidential Affairs, should be deleted from the rules. There has been a conflict of roles by both committees. Designation of parliamentary commissioners to the committees. To safeguard the objectivity, impartiality, and independence of the committees, the committee recommends that the rules should explicitly prohibit the designation of parliamentary commissioners to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. The reason is the commissioners appear in that committee, and yet it has been a practice that the commissioners are members of the legal committee. So I think we should specifically prohibit that. The restructuring of the Committee on Physical Infrastructure. Honorable colleagues, the committee recommends the restructuring of the Committee on Physical Infrastructure in two separate committees as follows. Committee on Physical Infrastructure covering works and transport, Committee on Lands, Housing and Urban Development covering lands, housing, urban development and physical planning. It has been an elephant of a committee, and the bigger it is, the more inefficient it becomes. Quorum of committees. To enhance clarity and ensure certainty, the committee recommends that the phrase "unless the House otherwise directs" be deleted from Rule 197. Committee reports. Signing of committee reports. Colleague, we have some significant proposals we are making. And Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to read this because we are proposing a fundamental change here. Rule 204 stipulates that a report of a committee shall be signed and initiated by at least 1/3 of all members of the committee and shall be laid on table. This is a mandatory requirement. However, the committee has noted instances where some members fail to sign either the majority or the minority report, effectively excluding themselves from decision-making process of the committee. This practice has led to undesirable situations where chairpersons are forced to seek signatures from members, creating the false impression that the report is solely the chairperson's responsibility, which is not. The committee underscored that it is the duty of every member to not only attend meetings and engage in discussion, but also to participate in decision-making process of the committee, which is expressed in a committee report. While the committee recognizes a member's right to abstain from signing the report for valid reasons, such as conflict of interest under Rule 94, it is important that such abstentions are documented. A member wishing to abstain should make that decision known so that it is recorded in the committee's minutes and report. This will foster a sense of accountability and reinforce the principle of collective responsibility and decision-making. Chairpersons of committees are having a problem chasing for member signatures. Then, Right Honourable Speaker, you find a report, there are 30 members, and only 8 have signed. The rest, there is no minority report, there is no majority report. Where have the rest been? Now, we are proposing this. The rules should expressly require a committee report to include a list of members who signed both the majority and the minority reports, those who abstain, and those who abstain, and those who neither sign nor absconded. It should be a requirement under the rules that a member who neither signs a report nor abstains provides a satisfactory explanation in writing to the chairperson of the committee, which shall be attached to the committee report. If the chairperson finds that the explanation provided is unsatisfactory, the matter should be referred to the Speaker for appropriate action in accordance with Rule 85A. I think gone should be the days when a member does not attend, he doesn't sign, and he cannot be accounted for. This is about accounting for your members. And we are trying to save the chairperson the burden. Sometimes the clerk is calling of the committee, chairperson are chasing members. Please come and sign. Come and sign. So every member is going to be accounted for in that report. If you abstain, it will be stated X has abstained. If he's out of station on duty on official duties, it will be stated. Quorum for committee reports. The committee recommends that the term committee report should be defined in rules to mean both majority and minority report as stipulated in Rule 205 of the rules. Committee report hadn't been defined. We are now defined it as a committee report. Like it has been stated here, Right Honourable Speaker, There is only one report of the committee. Even the minority report is part of the report. So we are now defining it in the rules. Joint committee assignments. The rules should explicitly provide for the consideration of matters by more than one committee and prescribe other models for handling such assignment. Right Honorable Speaker, there are instances where matter has been referred to a joint committee, but it's not provided for in the rules. So we are now providing for it. The committee assigned to jointly consider matter should function as a unified body rather than two separate committees. Accordingly, the Speaker should appoint a chairperson and a deputy chairperson from among us the chairpersons of the committees involved. According to Rule 197, the quorum of committees is 1/3 of the total members of the total number of members on the committee. Therefore, quorum should be 1/3 of total membership of the committee to ensure balanced representation. 1/3 should be as far as is practicable. Consist of unequal representation from each of the committee involved. The committee should submit a single report which should be tabled and presented by their chairperson, except, of course, where there is a minority. Establishment of a committee on subsidiary legislation and post-legislative scrutiny. Right Honorable Speaker, this is very important. We have enacted many legislations and we have tasked the ministers to come up with the statutory instrument, but many of them have not. So we are putting a committee to follow that up, and to track and report on statutory instruments required to be laid before Parliament, but which have not been laid, to scrutinize statutory instruments laid before Parliament and report to the House whether the powers delegated by Parliament are being properly exercised within the scope of such legislation. To carry out post-legislative scrutiny, including monitoring the implementation of laws passed by Parliament. Absence in the committees. The committee recommends the following. The rules should specify that permission for absence in the committee should be sought in writing from the Speaker or the Chairperson, save in exceptional circumstances, as the Speaker and Chairperson may otherwise permit. This amendment will eliminate the current practice where members seek permission verbally and makes enforcement difficult. A new procedure and sanction should be introduced in the rules. If a member misses 10 sittings without permission, the chairperson should refer the matter to the relevant party whip, who will issue a written warning to the member. This will enable party whips to effectively fulfill the obligation of ensuring their members' attendance at parliamentary business. We are trying to help the party whips do their job by the rules. If the member continues to absent himself for an additional 5 sittings without permission, the chairperson shall report the matter to the Speaker, who should then refer the matter to the Rules Committee. This procedure will provide members an opportunity to explain. Expenses of witnesses before committees. To ensure consistency in the application of this rule and enhance clarity, the committee recommends that a standard format for the summons based on Section 9(2) of the Act be included as an appendix. Publication of evidence and committee reports. The committee recommends the rules should be restricted to prohibiting the publication of a report and evidence before the report is laid in the House. And the head note of the rule should be amended to reflect these two aspects of the rule. The consequence of breaching the rule should be specified in the rule. A member who breaches the rule should be referred to the Committee on Rules for an inquiry in accordance with the rules, and if found guilty, the member should be sanctioned. Right Honorable Speaker, sometimes members go and discuss the report. Before it comes here, It is out there and even leaking it, which I think is very unprofessional and unethical. Time frame for the committee report, for the committees to report. I think this the matter Honorable Ogon was raising is moved out. The committee recommends that the term days should be defined in the rules to include working days, except where there are constitutional or statutory limitations. Action taken reports. Ministers should be required to submit action taken reports within 2 months of receiving parliamentary resolutions or recommendations. Ministers should be required to submit action taken reports within 2 months of receiving parliamentary resolution or recommendation. This is about accountability. For matters requiring long-term action, ministers should provide at least progressive reports within the same time frame. We shouldn't work in vain. We've taken a resolution and the minister is not reporting on action taken on the resolutions of parliament. So we are giving them a time report to report within 2 months. The rule should also impose an obligation on the clerk to transmit not only the Hansard but also the extracted resolution of the or recommendation to the relevant ministries for action. This will enable the ministers to cross-reference with the Hansard to ensure the proper and accurate implementation of the resolution. Expanding from the official record, the committee recommends the introduction of a new sub-rule under Rule 229 to specify the procedure for expanding content from the official record. This rule should stipulate that when a remark or statement is expanded, all references or debates related to that expanded remark or statement should be deleted to maintain the chronological flow of the Hansard. If the presiding officer has ordered for expunging, don't refer to it, because you refer to it and yet it is not on Hansard. The only remaining entry in the record should be the Speaker's order for expansion, and this procedure should apply to both the text and audio-visual format of the Hansard. Broadcasting. The committee concurs with the proposed amendment which seeks to formalize the existing practice of broadcasting the proceedings of the House and its committees on various digital and social media platforms. There had been a proposal which I thought about what do we avail to the media to publish. And we thought we should maintain it as it is. We don't have to provide and say media, this is what we discussed and so on. Though other jurisdictions do it. Admission of the press into the House and its committees. For the above reason, the committee, there are quite a number of reasons. The committee objects to the proposed amendment as it undermines the freedom and independence of the media. The committee, however, proposes the deletion of the phrase any other press person. In Rule 233, I think we would rather read the whole of it because the press might say we are. The Office of the Clerk proposed an amendment to Rule 233, requiring Parliament to provide a live feed to accredited media outlets wishing to cover or record plenary sittings. The justification for this proposal was to align with the Commonwealth practice to ensure adherence to the rules on electronic coverage of parliamentary proceedings as outlined in Appendix G, maintain consistency in public broadcast content, and uphold the integrity of Parliament. The committee interacted with the editor of the Hansard, who heads parliamentary department responsible for recording and broadcasting of parliamentary proceedings. He clarified that under the proposed amendment, the media would maintain full access to parliamentary proceedings, including the ability to broadcast them live. However, instead of recording proceedings independently, they would rely on a live feed provided by Parliament. Additionally, accredited journalists would still have unlimited access to the press gallery for the purpose of observing proceedings and taking notes, but would be prohibited from bringing camera or other recording, broadcasting equipment. During deliberation, members expressed different opinions on the proposal. The proponents of the proposal contended that similar practices are followed in many Commonwealth countries, including our neighbor Kenya, Zambia, South Africa, where external media are granted access to the chamber but are not permitted to use their own recording or broadcasting equipment. Instead, the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit provides the media house with a standard live feed. The members urged that providing a standardized feed ensures accuracy and consistency in broadcasting parliamentary proceedings, reducing risks of distortion, misrepresentation, sensationalization, and biased recording. They emphasized the importance of safeguarding the dignity and decorum of Parliament, particularly in an era of rapid technological advancement and artificial intelligence, where the potential for content manipulation is significantly highlighted. The proponents further urged that a standardized feed promotes inclusivity by guaranteeing equal access to proceedings for smaller or less resourced media outlets. Opponents of the proposal, however, raised concern that the proposal would curtail media freedom and the public's right to access to information, which are fundamental human rights enshrined in the Constitution, Articles 29 and 41. They argued that requiring the media to rely exclusively on the standard live feed for parliamentary policy would create an opportunity for content to be edited before dissemination, depriving the public of adequate and unfiltered information. Additionally, the members contend that prohibiting journalists from bringing electronic devices into the press gallery would impair their ability to work effectively and could be perceived as a deliberate effort to shield Parliament from scrutiny. The committee observed that media freedom is the cornerstone of democratic governance, and Parliament, as the representative body of the people, should be at the forefront of protecting media freedom, rather than to be seen as gagging them. Parliament has a duty to create an environment where the media can operate freely and independently, promoting transparency and ensuring unimpeded access to information. Any regulation of the media should therefore aim to strike a balance between preserving media freedom, maintaining transparency, and upholding the integrity and decorum of the Parliament. The committee notes that current Rule 233 allows admission of accredited media to the press gallery with electronic device for purposes of recording and coverage. This provision grants the media the freedom to independently record and broadcast parliamentary proceedings live. Additionally, Parliament has established a practice of accrediting media houses to ensure professionalism and accountability in the coverage of parliamentary proceedings. The committee believes that if strictly enforced, media accreditation can serve as an adequate safeguard to preserve the accuracy, integrity, and decorum of parliamentary proceedings. Furthermore, the editor of the Hansard informed the committee that Parliament currently lacks the capacity to record all parliamentary committee proceedings and therefore cannot provide a live feed for these committee meetings. Therefore, if the proposed amendment were adopted, it would only apply to the proceedings in the House. The committee is of the view that it would be inappropriate to have different media coverage, broadcasting rules for the House and the committees. For the above reason, the committee rejects the proposal to amend, as in our view, it would undermine freedom and independence of the media. The committee, however, proposes deletion of the phrase "any other press person" in Rule 233 to ensure that only accredited members of the press are allowed in the press gallery, not any other member, because this you don't have a control of any other person who comes and says, I'm a member of the press. So if you're a member of the press, you must go through the accreditation process. And that will help to ensure that those who are not professional cannot be admitted. Additionally, the rules should require the accredited members of the press or media admitted to the press gallery to comply with Appendix G of our rules, which provide detailed rules for electronic coverage of parliamentary proceedings. These measures will ensure accountable and responsible reporting, while simultaneously safeguarding media freedom. Assistance to other persons. The committee agrees with the proposal that other persons face unique challenges due to aging, which may not be classified as disabilities that hinder their effective participation. So we need to provide a rule to cater for them. Sanction of the breach of rules of procedure. The committee recommends the introduction of the following sanction in the rules: formal warning, reprimand, an order to apologize to Parliament or the House or any person in a manner determined by the House, the withholding for a specified period of the person's right to use or enjoy any of the specified facility provided to members by Parliament, the removal or suspension of a specified period of the person from any parliamentary position occupied by a member, except where the procedure for such removal is explicitly provided for in the rules or any other law. Suspend the member from the service of the House for a period determined by the Speaker of the House. Additionally, the rules should explicitly state that a member suspended from the House shall not, during the suspension period, enter the precincts of Parliament or participate in any activity of the House or committee. Right Honourable Speaker, that ends the general report. What we now have are the specific amendments.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well done.
Can I invite my colleague to help me? I'm supposed to read both reports, but I'm now tired.
Yes.
Can I invite the Honourable Kabanda to help me read the minority report?
Yes. Honourable Aisha, please proceed.
Thank you, my chair and the Right Honourable Speaker. This will be very, very brief. And Right Honourable Speaker, allow me first commend my chairman for his leadership that helped condense this minority. Initially, it was a very voluminous report, but because of his leadership, we kept on harmonizing and building consensus. I commend him for that. Two, allow me also make a disclaimer, because the minority highlights the areas of dissent. It means I agree with every other thing in the major report. So allow me make a disclaimer that one item was discussed in my absence. Therefore, I lost locus to disagree. I couldn't present my view. That is the leadership of the Human Rights Committee. I present my disclaimer over that. Having said that, there are 6 areas of dissent. Number 1, the proposal to codify free sitting. I don't completely disagree, and in the details, I'll show how. Number 2, timelines for reports on petitions. Number 3, Prime Minister's question time. Number 4, quorum in respect of members virtually attending. Number 5, dress code. And number 6, censure of ministers. It's a one-woman's report. Therefore, I have a right to summarize it. One man's army. Right Honourable Speaker, about proposal to codify free sitting, I submit that The minority deserve protection. The majority are the members that spread all over. I only pray that 2 benches be reserved for the minority so that the front bench has people to consult behind. There are people they can talk to. I only pray for 2 benches. That's the only point of departure at that point. And then about timelines for reporting on petitions, allow me for that particular one to read because of its importance. The majority report rejects a proposal by Honorable Saro Pendi to prescribe timelines for placing reports on petitions on the order paper, urging that such a proposal would infringe upon the Speaker's constitutional powers to determine the order of business, giving priority to government businesses. In my view, Honorable Saro Pendi's proposal does not undermine the Speaker's powers, but rather ensures that petitions receive the attention and priority they deserve. It is worth noting that the rules of procedure already establish timelines for the consideration of specific businesses. For example, Rule 1441 requires the President to lay the budget framework paper before Parliament by 31st December, while Rule 145.3 requires the President to consider the budget framework paper by the 1st of February each year. These provisions do not diminish the Speaker's authority to determine the order of business, but rather highlights the importance and urgency of the budget. In fact, the Speaker always takes these timelines into account when scheduling business on the order paper. Additionally, Rule 25.2, which governs the order of business in the House, gives prominence to petitions by prioritizing them over several other matters, without infringing upon the Speaker's powers. Therefore, the proposed amendment, which seeks to establish appropriate timelines for the consideration and deliberation on petitions, does not tantamount to usurping the constitutional powers of the Speaker. Furthermore, while Rule 30.10 requires the committees to report back to the House on petition within 45 days, the timeline is often not adhered to. Rule 36 further allows the Speaker to refer a petition on urgent matter to a specific minister if it is deemed more appropriately handled by that minister. The rule does not specify a timeline within which the minister is to report back to Parliament on the petition. Rule 37 only states that the minister shall report back within the stated time, which is ambiguous. I observe that petitions often address urgent issues requiring immediate action by Parliament. Delayed action on petition undermines their effectiveness as a mechanism for triggering prompt parliamentary action and erodes public confidence in the parliamentary processes. Therefore, the establishment of specific timelines for ministers to act on petitions and for the placement of reports on petitions on the order paper is essential to ensure that petitions are accorded due consideration. I therefore will make an appropriate recommendation when we get to committee stage. Should be recalled that petitions are from people who seek immediate attention of this Parliament. The other point of departure is quorum in respect of virtual attendance. Rule 24 provides that quorum of Parliament shall be only 1/3 of all members of Parliament entitled to vote and shall only be required at the time when Parliament is voting on any question. Additionally, Rule 24.6 stipulates that a member virtually present in the House shall form part of the quorum of the House. The majority report notes that the majority report noted that the committee interacted with officers from Parliamentary Department of ICT, which confirmed that voice voting for members virtually present is not feasible due to various challenges outlined in the report. Notably, the officers informed the committee that the varying speed in internet by the different service providers causes voices to arrive at different times, meaning that some members might say aye or nay long after the matter has been concluded. However, the officers indicated that voting methods such as roll call and tally, electronic voting, and voting by show of hands, which are outlined in Rule 96.2, are feasible for members present. Voting has a relationship with quorum. What happens is that we sometimes say, yes, we have quorum, including members in virtual attendance, but yet decision is made by saying aye and nay. Most times, all the time, those are not heard and decisions are made. So we propose that we exclude members in virtual attendance from quorum whenever we are voting by aye and nay. Parliamentary dress code. The parliamentary dress code, we have the majority report has proposed to delete traditional wear from our dress code. I therefore propose, I differ from them and say kanzu should be sustained, kanzu and jacket, and I also propose that a hijab should be introduced. I have summarized that part because of time. Dress code for representatives of the armed forces. The minority report proposes that the military attire for both male and female members of the armed forces be removed from the rolls. Parliament is a forum for free thought and speech, yet military uniforms have a psychological effect and hinders the wearer from exercising independent judgment due to the command and control doctrine associated with the military. Also, military attire is often perceived as intimidating, as many people associate it with actions carried out by those in uniform. Members of Parliament and citizens that have experienced the wrath of the military, including physical harm, violent death, and forced disappearances, perceive the military uniform very negatively. Such an attire does not foster a conducive environment in the People's Parliament. Moreover, representatives of the army in Parliament are equally remunerated as other members of Parliament. There is no reason why government should spend more taxpayers' money to buy garments for well-paid officers. This money can be saved to attend to well-deserving underpaid servicemen. I therefore propose that we delete the army attire from the dress code. Minister's question time. I propose that the minister's question time should be entirely oral, and written questions should go to ministers for people that need very specific, detailed answers. So my point of departure is that question time, Prime Minister's question time, should be oral time. Censure of ministers. I propose that once a minister is censured, he or she shall leave the front bench until the president communicates his or her action as required by the Constitution. The rationale behind this proposal is to strengthen the censure process, reinforce the doctrine of separation of powers, and ensure that the decisions of Parliament are respected. I observe that it undermines the principles of separation of powers and the authority of Parliament for ministers who have been censured to continue appearing before Parliament in their ministerial capacity as though the censure process never took place at all. This not only undermines the authority of Parliament, but also erodes public trust in the institution of Parliament. However, the majority report rejected the proposal, urging that it would contravene Article 118(2) of the Constitution. The said article provides that upon a vote of censure being passed against a minister, the president shall, unless the minister resigns his or her office, take appropriate action in the matter. By the framing of this article, the Constitution commands the president to take action. The Constitution, however, is silent on the timeline within which the president shall take appropriate action following the censure of the minister, as well as the consequences of the president's inaction. Parliament cannot, Parliament cannot assume that the President's silence constitutes action, because many things could lead to the silence, including withholding of information from the President. This proposal seeks to address the current gap in the law. My understanding is that laws can be enacted to address gaps in the Constitution without violating this provision. I therefore wish to propose that the rules include a suspension from the front bench of a censured minister pending the President's action. The effect of this proposal is that the minister that is an elected member of Parliament will assume a backbench pending the President's action, while an ex-officio member of Parliament will be suspended from the House awaiting the President's action. Rule 89 of the Rules of Procedure provides that the suspension of members of Parliament, Rule 89 of the Rules of Procedure provide for the suspension of members of Parliament. This implies that any member, including ex-officials, can be suspended. I therefore make recommendations that we shall go through when we go into committee stage. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I pray that the minority report be incorporated to substitute the areas of departure in the majority report. I propose.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Aisha. Thank you, Chair, Committee on Rules. Honorable colleagues, this is a complete overhaul, and you've seen 100+ page report. And, these rules are very, very critical for our performance here and execution of our duties. So I want to guide that since the report we've just received it formally and it's big, you take your time, you read it. Then next week we shall be informing you in advance. We give you time for debate. We debate, we give it enough time. I want us to own these rules, not members coming and saying, you did these things in my absence and all that. We need time. This is something we can't rush. Honorable Jonathan?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had a ruling that is on the record of this House that where amendments or reviews are up to a certain extent of an existing legislation or rules, it is as good as making a new one. And from what we see, there are so many proposals that are touching, I think, more than 50% of the rules. As we retreat, I wanted to invite your attention to also consult on that matter, and we see whether we should actually review or probably have completely new rules, because that is on the record here as a precedent.
Thank you. I will consult on that. Yes, Honorable Nzima?
Mr. Speaker, I concur with what Honorable Duro has said, but also when you look at these amendments, we have been complaining here, we have moved away from sectoral budgeting to program-based budgeting. And that will therefore will mean that when we are bringing these amendments will also, particularly in relation to committees, will conform to our expectation of program-based budgeting. So I don't know whether we shall go ahead with this. At also an appropriate time, we come back and also amend the rules to also conform with the program-based budgeting, particularly the composition and the composition of committees. For example, they are even recommending for splitting of physical infrastructure. Ideally, under program-based budgeting, we're supposed to only have 5. But we are supposed to have around five committees, not even splitting more. So that's the guidance I was also seeking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Nzima. He was a chairman for Committee on Public Service and Local Government. You see, the committee had to do its work because the rule on anticipation couldn't allow them to say we are not doing ABCD because we anticipate ABCD to come. And like I guided the other day, if we are to amend the rules to comply with program-based budgeting, then we should first amend the PFMA section 13 and the other provisions, especially on interpretation. Okay, so government must move. The issue of realigning our committees is in the hands of government, and the Attorney General promised that he's already on it. I cross-checked with him. He told me he had even already drafted something for the Minister of Finance. I know there was a fear that we might want to open up the PFMA so much, but we said, well, for now we have an issue we want to sort out. And I gave a very good example. I met the team of KCCA. One vote coming to appear before 4 committees. You know, one vote coming to appear before 4 committees with skeleton kind of stuff. I mean, you could see they are scattered, and they said, really, we are scattered. We don't know what we can do because of how everything is dropped here and there. So the issue of amending the PFMA to provide for program-based budgeting so that we align with our committees here is very, very critical, and we are going to ensure that finance does it. House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m.